Yeah, thanks, Mr. Anderson. Now, one of the questions I had for you, I'm just looking through the phone my notes here. I suppose it is in relation to the visions. The visions are to be ambitious and reasonable, or ambitious but reasonable, however you want to frame it. How much information do we need to be able to do that? And I suppose one of the things that sort of struck me a bit through reading all this information is particularly around water quantity. We sort of feel like we're sort of those boxes and shadows. We don't know what we're dealing with. What's the extent of over allocation, for example? And so it's sort of the difficulty with the visions is how do we know whether we're setting something that's ambitious but reasonable, and how can we actually, how much information do we need to be able to determine that? I mean, I take the point that it can be tweaked down the track.
Well, the requirement in the policy statement is to do it, and to do it with the best information that's available. That information for somebody who, that information is going to be imperfect. It is imperfect, and it will improve over time. The way the national policy statement works with the visions and their timeframes first requires that a timeframe be arrived at, however inadequate the information. And the relevant clause to look at, and it's footnoted as 1.6 in the policy statement, to do with using imperfect information and using the best information. The other point about that I'd make is that we are talking about quite long time periods. We're talking about a generation of change. The example given is 30 years. That there is plenty of time within that period to adapt and adjust as better information becomes available.
No, I suppose it's just a matter of hearing from parties and see what they have to say, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Another question I had, and this isn't something that you touched on here, but do you know if there's any guidance on what natural means coming through any of the courts? Because I suppose that's something that it's a word that I've seen come up in visions quite a bit in relation to I think sort of character and flows and natural form and function of water bodies, those sorts of things. It comes up in a few places, and I suppose one of the things, well, I struggled with what that would actually mean and whether the use of that term in a vision is actually, you know, are we talking pre-human, pre-European? Are we talking before all the wetlands were drained? In which case, can we ever get back to sort of natural form and function of water bodies? You know, those sorts of questions. Is that actually, is there any sort of definition that we could use, or is anything come out of the case law as to how that's applied? And if we're setting in a vision, is that something that we actually know what we're aiming for?
Yes, it's a good point. There is a definition of naturally. So, in the NPSFN, which is that in relation to a site, it means its state before the arrival of humans in New Zealand, but from memory, I need to find it. Maybe I'll make a note to find it and report back. There is something else addressing whether we need to get to a pre-human state or not when we're referring to natural. So there's that issue, which I think is the one you're driving at, which is, well, is natural kind of how it is now, or is how it was a couple of hundred years ago?
And I know there's definitions of things like, baseline and those sorts of things, but that's sort of different to the use of the term natural in this context.
Well, it would be helpful if I make a note to see what, if any, guidance can be found.
Yeah, because I did see naturally occurring process, in the definitions in the NPS theme, and it does say in the absence of human activity. But I suppose when I think about that, particularly in relation to natural forming functional water bodies, when we've drained 90+% of the wetlands, are we ever going to get back to a natural forming functional water bodies?
Or to be clear, that there is not an obligation to get back to a pre-human, unaltered, unmodified state. That is absolutely not the case.
Yeah.
And that's crystal clear from the objectives framework, where you're assessing your baseline now. But there may well be some guidance on the point you've raised. So I've made a note to see what we can find.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Let's see making that.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Anderson. As usual, you make it all sound so easy. And I'm looking at a 70-page NPS and it doesn't look easy. But my sort of questions around sort of more the higher level sort of stuff, I guess. Well, firstly, I was interested in your view on what engage means in the context of RMA process, given we usually refer to consultation, and there has been a bit made of that in the submissions.
The context of engagement at each step in the national objectives framework process, I think there's something less than the formal consultation process we think of if that word is used. And I would envisage that the engagement is with the relevant parts of community and public opinion, and of course confined to what extent of the process it relates to. And I think there is some freedom as to how that occurs. These days it tends to occur by a combination of in-person, online, surveys, that sort of stuff. But I think that there's a degree of flexibility there, both from of a directed process.
Okay. I guess following on from that, you did touch on that. When the council engages as required with the community in Tangata Whenua in this, we had a lot, and I haven't read all the submissions, but a lot that I have read have said, well, their visions haven't been carried through. And you've made the comment that at the end of the day, yeah, we can't have a walk. We understand that, and the ORC has to make a decision around that. The concern I see coming through, it's not so much we make a lot of comments around specific allocation and picking winners, etc. It's more a recognition of, well, these things haven't been recognised, and you can't divorce the use of resources from its management or the outcome for freshwater management. And there seems to be, and when I look at the expression of demand to arrive in the first objective, it doesn't seem to cover the full range of 3 how do we address that? Because I kind of took from you, and this is not the LRC's doing, it's almost like the MPS has turned the planning process on its head a little. You're talking about, because objectives set the outcome, and we have policies and an RPS, which are then meant to flow into a regional planning document. There seems to be a bit of a gap in that. I'm explaining how that works out, maybe more of a question for Mr. Boyd.
When you say there's a gap, where do you so quite follow that part?
The recognition of all 3 priorities and that expression of Samano to Wai. I don't see all 3 priorities recognised in that. And that's what I think, and in the visions, and that's what I think the submitters are saying. I'm not saying they're right, but.
Okay, well, I would say what I do say, that the visions can certainly address all 3 of the priorities. There's no impediment to that at all. And to the extent submitters are saying in this hearing, our visions or our view of what should be in visions has been ignored or does not appear, whichever level of priority that relates to, this panel has the ability to consider whether those things should be in visions. And that's a combination of what can be seen in the 32 report of prior engagement. It's the things that are being said by submitters witnesses now. And it's also ensuring that whatever final form visions we have, they'll achieve the hierarchy of obligations. So, for example, you couldn't have a long-term vision that said we want to have less fresh water and we want it to be more dirty. That is simply not possible in terms of the NPS. But there's no reason why the vision can't refer, as some of them do, to the importance of hydroelectric power generation, for example, to include the schemes mentioned in the vision. So I guess to the extent there is a gap, and I'm not sure if there is one, there's no impediment to fill
I think you said this is a part of that engagement, so we can, if we think there is a gap, we can rectify it through this process.
Correct.
Yeah. That's probably really all I have for you, apart from possibly a non-freshwater sort of question, but it's potentially relevant around the avoid word in your discussion on the Supreme Court judgment. That material, that sort of qualification using material effect. Just putting a plainer hat on, trying to work that out in terms of those Section 6 matters, which some do impact on this. Unless you qualify a void, and the easiest one isn't a freshwater management example to give, but if we talk historic heritage, and you had avoid policies in relation to natural heritage with no qualification, that would make it very hard to knock down a heritage building that was unsafe, for example. Following that, because that material effect is on the heritage values and you couldn't knock it down. So that kind of leads you to really, you need to identify what's inappropriate in that context.
Yes, and what the decision is saying is that if there's another policy directive that falls in the other direction, and to use your example, for safety reasons, the building must be pulled down, the decision maker will be required to look and say, well, is it actually necessary to pull it down? Is there some other way? Do we need to pull all of it down? And if so, then that might open the door to breaching that award policy. But there would then still have to be what's described as a structured analysis of whether that can happen. And if the position was as simple as it's completely unsafe, it cannot be fixed, and the next person who walks past may end up dead, then you'd expect to get your consent.
Yeah, it's just highlighting the importance of actually having those other policies for those circumstances rather than just strict avoid, because it's the immaterial effect is on those values. Well, then you're in trouble.
Yes.
Okay. The other issue I was going to ask you about is Ms. Boyd's recommended region-wide objective. I'm not sure if it's a vision or objective. There has been some comment that that's not lawful. And I was wondering on your position on that. Long-term visions can be set at, may be set at FMU or part of an FMU or catchment level. I read that it doesn't actually say it can't be set at a regional wide level.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it. You can either simply read it as a regional objective, or you can read it as simply taking the visions that are common to each FMU, and saying, to take whatever the first one is, this part of the vision applies to FMU A, FMU B, FMU C. So that on that way of looking at it, the visions in this policy statement are still set at an FMU level. It's just that there are a number of parts of visions that are common to all of them, so they can group together in one place.
I think this MACTI recommends a change to that effect that achieve that.
I think she recommended some wording that was to a very similar effect. Oh, which we've accepted, or which Ms. Boyd's about to recommend we accept.
So, in your view, that would overcome any sort of potential issue around that? Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Hello. I'm particularly interested around the sort of the interplay around words. Right? For example, ambitious and reasonable as opposed to difficult and not impossible. There's a whole lot of those. And if you go to 85, 86, and 87 of your presentation, which is a bit I really want to get at, we're looking at the issue around community and tangata whenua as a whole at 85. And I'm very interested in your comment in 86, where to some extent this must be a fiction. I understand what I think you're trying to say, but it's really challenging, you know. I think not just in this context, but in the whole resource consent context and beyond, where there continues to be a line drawn between community and tangata whenua. I'm not sure what you do with that, but it does concern me a bit, because I've not yet found the right answer. And some people say, well, just lump it together. They are the same. But then when you do that, you find that there are differences and vice versa. So I just, it is one of the real challenging bits in this whole thing. And a follow on from that, in a sense, is te mana o te wai, and the assumption some people make that it's a Maori thing because of the words te mana o te wai. Now that I think some people almost accept it. Oh, only Maori can define it. Now I would argue that there are parts of it that are peculiarly Maori, but I don't think te mana o te wai is just a Maori thing, and I think that's one of the challenges that we're having to deal with in this whole seminar. I don't know. I'll hear more about that from other people. I just wonder what your view is, as a, sort of looking at it perhaps from a legal point of view, from your own perspective.
I guess working backwards through those things. So te mana o te wai and being able to say what it means, I kind of have no choice but to just full review and say it. My understanding has always been that the concept, it's more than a concept, we use that word, does have its genesis as a Maori view of water and fresh water in particular, and its relationship with other things. But the te mana o te wai that's in the NPS FM is something that those who put that policy statement together have woven together from different strands and eventually settled on the wording that's in front of us, and that is not, should not be seen as solely a Māori worldview. It is now the view that's been adopted for everybody and by a group of people in the ministry that represents all of us. So I take your point on that, the engagement and the community versus tangata whenua. I mean, I don't know that I have an answer beyond an observation that, naively, it would be nice to think, well, we're just engaging with everybody and we're all just a big blob of coal. But the reality is that, and this applies whether you're talking about the distinction between community and tangata whenua or other groups within tangata whenua or within community, is that different people and different groups have different views. And the real challenge with any form of engagement is to take all those different views and somehow turn them into something that you, at any level of confidence, represents what all of the people involved as a whole want. And that's how I ended up saying that to some extent this has to be a fiction, because the simple reality is that whatever is in those visions after this panel's considered it, there is going to be, well, it's not just going to be somebody, there are going to be people who say, well, that's not what I wanted. So I'm not sure that I actually answered any of your questions, but I've commented, I think, to the extent I'm able.
Yeah, I mean, part of my almost frustration, I suppose, in a way, is having read through the 6040 report and seeing all the commentary there around the different perspectives that people have on what te mana o te wai means to them, and how you then have to deal with it in terms of coming up with a RPS that kind of makes sense and is acceptable, broadly right across the spectrum. And I think that really is a big challenge. I do see that as a as something that's not going to be easily dealt with because of the tensions. I mean, there's inevitable tensions that arise out of the sort of community views on various things, and that's reflected in the 1642 report and tangata whenua, and whether we then can end up with something that is easily and nicely packaged is part of the challenge. Because almost at the end of the day, who makes the final call? I know the council will be expected to, because it's their animal, it's what they deal with. But I think we all know that won't necessarily appease everybody, and that will always be part of the challenge that we have. And one of the
just to answer what you just said while you were looking for it. And the answer to the question of who makes the final call is this panel.
Sure.
I'd also perhaps elevate your description of a difficult task to nearly impossible, seeing as that's the word that's used in the NPSFM.
No, I think that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
Just dealing with the couple of issues that are arising out of that Port Otago decision in paragraph 19. You just put a slight teaser at the end. Material has a range of meanings, ranging from more than de minimis to major. I take it, but you didn't source that. I take it you looked at that in the Oxford or something to make that statement, or not?
No, I didn't. That's based on my experience of using the word in various drafting contexts. I mean, but the point is simply we don't know what it means. We don't know what level, we don't know what threshold it's creating yet.
Paragraph 22, you put some emphasis on the allocation and prioritisation of fresh water as not being a matter that the national policy statement for renewable electricity generation relates to. But if you think of transmission issues, and I accept that that's a different NPS and an older one at that, but in terms of transmission from whatever form of renewable electricity generation, that's the conflicts that occur in relation to effects on Indigenous biodiversity or natural character, natural landscapes, and those being outstanding. Those sort of conflicts won't relate to allocation or prioritisation of fresh water at all, but will have a real conflict with some of the other aims of the NPSFM.
So I'm not sure we do in this instance, but I agree with you that for transmission you could have a project which impacts on Indigenous biodiversity that is within the NPSFM scope. And in that scenario, you could well have conflicting policies in the NPSET and NPSFM, which would take you into the Port Otago and EDS framework.
And if you were thinking of big solar installations, massive ones, because I mean, we heard the evidence, the non as the process of, it would require, if we would be done there, zero targets by 2050, it would require up to 60,000 hectares of New Zealand's land for solar. So those sorts of impacts, whether it be solar, whether it be wind structures or whatever, are likely to potentially have impacts on wetlands or potentially have impacts on natural flows. So the conflicts can arise outside of allocation or prioritisation, can't they?
Yes, they can.
So we've got to try and grapple with that, and try and apply the Port Otago approach to those sort of conflicts.
Yes, if somebody's pointing to a conflicting or potentially conflicting national policy direction, yes.
Okay. Yeah. If I can take you to your pages 19 and 20. Oh, I'm sorry, just before we get to that, page 18, if you could, page 18, paragraph 97. That followed on a criticism of Ms. Ferguson's suggested new policy, in which she talked about at the end and whether dates and the visions need to be extended or brought forward as being dealt with in the Land and Water Plan, and you asserted that that was unlawful, and you concluded though at 97, if at some future point the ORC seeks to change long-term visions, then it must notify a change or variation to the FBI. By that you meaning the RPS?
Yes.
Yep, right. Thank you. Just the next page. I just wanted to put an example to you, really, and ask how you would respond to it. So what I'm really focusing on is your suggestion that paragraph 111, if a broader meaning was intended, words could have been used to say, e.g., e.g., such as food and drinking water, as being an example of health needs. And I was intrigued by the fact that then the recommended version of the RPS then goes on to talk about the impact of health of water has on human health, and includes eating food harvested from water. An example I just wanted to put to you was that I remember in Melbourne a couple of years ago, where some big hydroponic operators came along who were literally producing millions of dollars worth of lettuces each year. And they were saying, you've got to give us a priority. We just can't cut off because our plants don't have any soil. They literally just have the water. If we had a limit, then our plants die within a matter of days. Again, in this situation, when you were talking about food harvested from water, how would you approach suggesting that priority, hydroponic food production, was necessarily part of the health needs of humans?
It's tricky, isn't it?
Which is why I put the issue.
Yeah. I think there probably is a distinction to be drawn. And one thing I've been thinking about and ended up parking for the slide, because I probably managed to get my thinking to work, is that the hierarchy of priorities is not about categorising activities as being within 1, 2, or 3. That's a human health activity, that's a other activity, that's a health of the water activity. but it's about examining the effects of the activity on those priorities. And so, for example, if you're looking at a vision across a whole FMU, you'd look into, well, firstly, are we going to have clean and healthy water? Secondly, is that water going to be good enough to drink and to eat stuff that's harvested out of it, and to jump into it if you want to? And thirdly, all the other providing economic, social and cultural well-being within the testers. And so looking at it through that lens, you might say, well, actually that hydroponic food growing, it doesn't actually impact upon the suitability of water to either drink it or to eat food that's harvested out of it. So it's not actually bearing on the second priority. It's providing food and it's using the water. But in terms of the way you look at the priorities, i.e. the health of the water, essentially how clean or dirty is it, impacting on suitability of the water for humans to be in or be consuming. So that hydroponic example through that lens, although the plants are grown in water, is not actually impacting on the state of the water for those purposes. I'm not sure I'll express that very clearly.
No, I think
Can I just take on to that? But if so, by the example that you're providing, or by the approach that you're putting forward, if those hydroponics, if that hydroponic setup was discharging a lot of nutrient-laden water into a water body, you would be saying no, it doesn't need to go into a water body.
Well, it could actually go the other
direction. It might not be the first priority in that. I mean, I don't know how hydroponics work, whether they do discharge all that water with all the additives that the plants need to grow. But, so you would be looking at it from that angle as to what the effects are, rather than what the use of the water is.
I agree. Good point. Counter to priority 2, because it's discharging into the water and making the water unsuitable for human contact and consumption. I don't know if that's what would happen, but
I had a question earlier. I was going to ask you, and then Felicity as well, around that issue. If A is satisfied, why is B needed? It's in there, I know. So I don't quite understand why it is actually needed there. If the health and well-being of the waterway is protected, surely the health of humans has been protected. If we follow your approach to it. So that would suggest perhaps they were thinking something wider.
it could. It's a good point. And on one view of things, in fact, this is one way some people talk about climate why is essentially just to say, well, if the water's healthy, everything else is going to be fine. Which I don't think is what Tamana Otawa says and grossly oversimplifies things. But I think that in most instances, what you say is going to be correct, and that if water is healthy, chances are it's going to be healthy enough for all those human uses. In so many cases, those first and second priorities are not going to satisfy one, you satisfy the other. But I don't think it's necessarily always going to be the case. And in terms of the underlying concept, as I understand it, you sort of step through the first and foremost at the heart of everything, the water must be healthy. That's partially because and partially to achieve the next step, which is if the water's healthy, then humans are going to be healthy. two things are separate steps, but oftentimes they're going to, in practical terms, conflate into the same thing. But you're absolutely right. You can make an argument that priority 2 must mean something beyond that, because otherwise, why have it?
That's what we've been told.
The next one, I just wanted, it's related, it's over the page at paragraph 116. You then look at electricity and food and develop the argument about systems meeting those needs, and you say that in essence the connection is too tenuous. There will doubtless be, I suspect, probably from the electricity generators, any number of examples given, whether it be life support systems, lights that we need to see at night, or be able to get around at night, and safety on streets, whatever it might be. They will come up with a whole host of examples that aren't tenuous, that are actually very, very direct. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think all the examples given, I'd say, they're not in fact direct. So, and it's not suggesting that, you know, life support machines don't need electricity and that we shouldn't be ensuring that they have it. Just that in terms of these priorities, there are quite a few steps that have to happen between the water in the river and the life support machine in the example.
But hospitals, for example, commonly come along, or hospital, well, on here is argued and argue that they must have a priority acknowledged for them because of the very direct relationship between electricity, whether it be for operating surgeries, whatever it might be, that puts them into that type of category.
Well, I'm not suggesting that shouldn't be provided for. All I'm saying is that in terms of the hierarchy of priorities, it doesn't sit in priority 2.
I think orally, in an earlier response, you were really probably indicating that the priorities have to be taken into account, but in reality, in terms of the visions, that their significance can sometimes, well, at the vision level, at the RPS level, be lost because of the detail is where the crunch comes in terms of whatever might be the rules that are put in place later on. Is that the thrust of what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I guess to divide it into 2 parts. So that the first is that to the extent the RPS is influencing freshwater management, the visions are really the place that should be happening. When you get into the national objectives framework, you still need to apply the priorities, but I think in the present context anyway, I think the way that generally works is, well, we have to have a regime where there is enough water and it's clean enough for the water body itself to be healthy and for people who drink it and come into contact with it to be healthy. At that point, as between everything else, there is a whole lot of latitude as to what's provided for, what's not provided for, what's seen as important for one reason or another. And that view of things is also consistent with I guess what I described earlier in submissions as the essence of the NPSFM, which is that when we talk about quality and quantity, and these are things that go to health of the water and human health, it's not getting any worse. In some instances, it's going to have to get better. Beyond that, water for all and sundry is essentially up for grabs. The visions are going to influence that, and the values that are identified during the objectives framework process, which include hydro, include stock water, include industrial use, and so on, are going to come into play. But the bottom line is always going to be, you've got to preserve the health of the water body and its freshwater ecosystems. You can't let those things get worse, and the water's got to be clean enough for people.
I saw another question around there. It's just understand what you're saying, and it could be correct, but it's just in Ms. Boyd's paragraph 18 by 18, she talks about human contact values and describes what they are. That would fall under priority 2. Talk about swimming, boating, fishing, all those sorts of things. It strikes me as kind of odd that in the management of water, while those things are important, prioritised or elevated above a fundamental human requirement, which is food.
Well, I don't think those activities are being prioritised. What's being prioritised is that the water has to be clean enough.
And it takes us to our conversation before. Why have the, I know it's there, if it does nothing more than A does.
The answer, so far as there is one, is that what's required for a healthy water body and what's required for human health are not necessarily, but I acknowledge, almost always will be the same thing. And because in terms of the expressions of Te Mana Ota Wai, it tends to follow that path. But I acknowledge the argument, and it's not an easy issue, and it's not. I'm happy to acknowledge that the answer is not clear cut. These are hard things to wrestle with. The expression of the priorities. There's great clarity that we're creating a hierarchy, but there is not great clarity as to what's in which part of the hierarchy.
Which leads into what does an RPS do then? Should it not be expressing those things, which a lot of people ask? And the approach taken by council since people know you're trying to prioritise activities. I'm not sure they are asking for that. I'm just thinking they're asking for acknowledgement of these things. While they are a use of water, they can't force them from the reality of actually freshwater outcomes, management of freshwater.
I would say that two things. The view the regional council's taken is consistent with the theme of quality quantity doesn't get worse, sometimes has to get better. And I would say secondly that the place to acknowledge those things and to recognise them in the RPS is in the visions. That's our main job here, is what are the visions?
So the expression of Te Mana Ota Wai is different than the visions? Felicity's nodding. So
there are so many questions here that I hope you're going to ask again.
Yeah, you can just fire away.
Right, you see a little card that says that one's for Felicity. The visions have to apply the hierarchy of obligations. Yeah. And that just means the visions have to reflect that quality and quantity don't get worse, sometimes have to get better. It's got to be.
It would have been good if the MPS just said that.
How long do you want the answer to be?
Because in reality, I think that's what everyone is trying to achieve.
It does feel like there are an awful lot of steps to go through under the NPS to get to an answer. That is what we must do.
On the same issue, the crunch point really is, I'm not sure if you've got it before you, Mr. Anderson, but clause 3.3 of the NPSFM provides that little c, that every long-term vision must, and then c, express what communities and tangata whenua, what the FNU, part of the FNU or catchment will be like in the future. And the thrust of the message that the evidence from a lot of the farming community have been giving through their evidence is what they would like to see is a resource that is able to be utilised for irrigation purposes for either their stock or their cropping or whatever it may be. And with the exception of the recommendation in respect of the time, there doesn't seem to be that reflection of that expression of what communities want the FNU or part of the FNU catchment to be like in the future. So that's really what I think Mr. Hewlett was really trying to identify as being a gap. It would seem in the RPS visions at the present time.
Well, and it's what I'd say that
Just before you answer that, I haven't read all the evidence, so it's not actually just the farmer actually requesting that. There, Fish and Game and various other people are saying, well, like you say, everyone's got their own view on it, but most are saying, well, our vision has been formed.
and so my answer to all of that is that this panel can now consider whether what is presently in the visions is as it should be, or whether there are things that are in the visions that shouldn't be, or other things that should be. And the community engagement and indeed the evidence that submitters are giving themselves right now, this is what we want, is all relevant to that. And in terms of the message you just highlighted, I mean, that is one of the things that the visions are supposed to and indeed have to do. The only thing I would add to that is that the visions must also apply the hierarchy of obligations. And when you boil it down, what that means is that if you've got a vision in front of you, firstly, it's got to include a healthy water bodies and the related ecosystems. And secondly, it's got to be good enough and there's got to be enough water for human consumption and contact and harvesting from. After that, there is a very high level of freedom and attitude to provide for all manner of things, and it is clearly contemplated by the NPSFM because in the objectives framework itself, it's requiring identification of values if they exist to do with industry and primary production and so on. So it is most certainly open to the panel to hear what people are saying and say, well, you know what, that should be in, or you know what, that shouldn't be in. I would just say that as a concept, that's quite easy for me to say. As a decision-making exercise, it's incredibly difficult.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
Thank you. No, actually, sorry. Council is calling Mr. Adams.
Hand this round, is that the?
Brownie points for me.
Thank you, Mr. Adams.
Sitting
And
behind.
absolute congratulations. Everybody's always wanted to see something in one.
Strenuous application of my planning abilities. I managed to stretch it to a page. Koutou katoa ko te tū rakawaiwai ko James Adams taku itoa. Koutou katoa. I think I can probably take what's there as read. The parts of the FPI process that relate to the RMIA chapter are pretty limited. There are just 2 issues involved there. It's my understanding that through the submissions that came through and the resolution of that through the suggested resolution of that through the section 42A report, that the issues relating to those 2 provisions are pretty settled. So I am happy to answer any further questions you might have on those provisions.
Thank you. Very good.
Sometimes the problem with short presentations like this, it takes you a long time to come up with a question. Again, I go back a wee bit to the point I made earlier on about play on words. I want to be clear that I understand what you're saying, I suppose. I mean, you've pointed out 2 bits of the RMIA section that you claim are issues and they're covered in the FPI. Because there's drainage, abstraction, pollution. Damming was one of those ones that came from left field in a way. Because I think Taitahuki Otako, or one of them, raised it as it was an issue that wasn't on the table initially, but it came out more prominently as the hearing went on. So you're saying that whilst these 2 things are acknowledged, that is drainage, pollution, damming, blah, blah, and then the effect on mahinga kai resources, they've been addressed sufficiently in your section 42A report, and you're comfortable with the way in which that's panned out?
I'm comfortable with the way in which they're expressed.
All
Yes.
right. Yeah. Have there been any reactions or responses from others?
There were a couple of submitters who did submit on these provisions. One was from Muteri station, I believe, who wanted to add a substantial amount, sort of justifying the position of farming within the issue. My approach to these issues has been from the start that they are for Kaitahu to express and to express in the terms they think most appropriate. And I set a very high bar in my mind for any changes to those issues that came from a non-Kaitahu source. Basically, that there would have to be some real factual inaccuracy or something going on. And it didn't seem to me that the submission from the station really reached that bar. There was also some suggestion for Dairy NZ that both these issues sort of addressed the same kinds of issues, and that maybe they could be collapsed into one issue. And I think, well, I could perhaps see from an outsider's perspective that there seemed to be some similarity between them. It was my opinion that I put forward in my section 42A report that they do come from different angles, these two issues. And once again, it's my feeling that if of anywhere in the regional policy statement, the RMIA chapter is where Kaitahu gets to clearly express their opinion and their concerns about what is going on in the environment. I think it's really important that is expressed in a way that Kaitahu is comfortable with.
Okay, and I take your point on number 6, where there don't seem to be any other comments from any other submitters or expert witnesses.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I've gone through your section 42A report in quite a bit of detail. You see all the blue tags. There's quite a bit of stuff there. I was intrigued by, I suppose, the approach that you took. I actually got a bit confused partway through because there seemed to be so many different. There was a lot of commentary coming from other organizations, and it gets back to my play on words things, because most of them were just suggesting 1 or 2 word changes all the way through. And in the end, it almost came down to a toss-up as to which words you accepted and which ones you didn't. And then you came up with your final sort of recommendation at the end, which by and large I didn't have a problem with. But it did I guess, intrigue me as to how similar, I suppose, a lot of them were, other than those that were seeking to make 1 or 2 substantive changes. But for the most part, there wasn't too much dissimilarity. Would you agree with that?
I think for particularly the provisions I'm looking at, the submissions were fairly limited, but I think the Kaitahu parties who did submit were pretty united in how they saw the issues needed a bit of tweaking to be better expressed. I took that as an indication that there was a sort of unity and agreement there from Kaitahu parties that was the proper expression for those issues.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, James. Just one quick question. It may be unfair on you and it may not be your field, but when you consider these issues, do you look to see how they're dealt with throughout the RPS? And the reason I ask that is the damming issue, and Ms. Bartlett's raised that last process and has touched on it again this process, and it's clearly an issue. I guess my question, has it been reflected properly in the body of the RPS? And that may not be something that you can answer, maybe Mr. Boyd, but
Yeah, it's probably something for the city we'll need to answer.
I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Bartlett as well. But because I think the problem we had last time, it was in the blue, and now we can consider the blue. And yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually been picked up on. Okay, thank you.
I have no question either, so thank you.
Yes, the regional council now calls Ms. Todd.
Ms. Todd.
Thank you. My opening statement is 7 pages long, which boils down to 3 further amendments that I recommend in addition to those in my section 42A reply report. I can read it word for word, or I can perhaps summarise some of the introductory paragraphs if you would like me to.
Quite often find when people try and summarise the summary, that they actually take longer.
Agreed. Shall I just read through it?
I think so.
Sure.
If you get to particular paragraph numbers that you think we can take it through, just mention that and right.
Sure. Thank you. So I'll start right at the start, paragraph 1. This statement provides an update of my understanding of the key issues in contention for the SRMR chapter of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021, since I prepared the section 42A report on this topic. The scope of the statement is limited to the significant resource management issues for the region, which have been identified as part of the Freshwater Planning Instrument, or FPI. And the following provisions are discussed in this statement. So firstly, the new significant resource management issue for the region, and then significant resource management issues 5, 6, and 9. I'll just move to paragraph 3, I think. So to assist the hearing panel and signal to submitters where my views may be changing in response to the evidence, I've outlined any recommended amendments to SRMR I5, I6, and I9. These views are preliminary, given that I have not heard the presentation of evidence at the hearing or questions from the hearing panel to submitters, and a final recommendation will be provided in the reply report. Appendix 1 contains an updated version of the provisions I discuss in this statement. So track changes shown in red are updated changes recommended since the section 42A recommendation report. The remaining points of contention for the SRMR chapter are not significant in my opinion, and I address the points of contention for each below. So starting with the new significant resource management issue for the region, 4 submitters seek new issue statements. And I've just referenced there where I discuss them in my section 42A report, but I might skip that in each topic. And you may recall, as I'm still in paragraph 6, you may recall that I considered that it was more appropriate to consider the new issue statements in the non-FPI process, where a wide range of submitters were seeking new issue statements. And since that time, in my reply report for the non-FPI part of the regional policy statement, I have recommended a new significant resource management issue, which is labelled SRMR I10A. Submitters have not raised any concerns and evidence with the recommended new significant resource management issue, and a number of submitters have expressed support for it. The following points are raised in evidence. Firstly, Mr. Farrell for Real NZ and NZ Ski maintains his opinion that a new SRMR should be included. Ms. Hunter for Contact Energy accepts the recommended amendments to SRMR I5, I6 and I9, subject to being coupled with the new issue statement. Similarly, Ms. Tate for Fonterra supports the recommended amendments to SRMR I6, subject to the new issue being adopted. If the new issue is not adopted, she still seeks amendments to SRMR I6. Paragraph 8, I agree with Mr. Farrell that a new SRMR should be included for the Otago region. I consider that the underlying issue identified by Mr. Farrell is essentially the same as that identified by the new issue. the conflict between using natural and physical resources, and the need to manage the adverse effects of these uses on the environment. The wording proposed by Mr. Farrell was considered and incorporated into my recommendation for SRMR I10A. SRMR I10A was recommended as part of the non-FPI process, but for completeness, I consider that the issues raised by submitters in regard to the freshwater provisions are addressed by SRMR I10A. Moving on to SRMR I5, freshwater demand exceeds capacity in some places. Going to paragraph 11, 2 submitters still seek amendments to the context of SRMR I5. Mr. Hodgson for Horticulture New Zealand notes that the first sentence of the second paragraph reads as if human consumption, irrigation and renewable electricity generation uses are all economic. He suggests that the word economic be deleted to widen the context. I agree with Mr. Hodgson and recommend that the sentence be amended as follows. And you'll see in the text there, just the deletion of the word economic as requested by Mr. Hodgson. Paragraph 13, Ms. Perkins for ORAG Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ seeks minor amendments to the context as well, including minor grammar edits and the following amendments. Firstly, delete the reference to freshwater being a finite resource. Second, add a sentence to clarify that deemed permits have been replaced with short-term consents until the new planning framework gives effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. And thirdly, amend to state that the NPSFM seeks to make immediate improvements to water quality within 10 years rather than 5. She does not agree that there is a specific reference to a 5-year period in the NPSFM. She suggests that it should instead reference a 10-year period, being the maximum timeframe for achieving interim target attribute states in the NPSFM. I do not recommend the amendments sought by Ms. Perkins for the following reasons. In my opinion, water is a finite resource. As discussed in paragraph 544 of my section 42A report, the reference to deemed permits is intended to provide historical context about their impact on water allocation. In my opinion, further detail about replacement consents is not necessary to provide this historical context. And thirdly, I do not agree that the reference to the 5-year period for improving water quality should be deleted, given that it is one of the 3 objectives of the Essential Freshwater Work Programme, which the NPSFM is part of. Moving to SRMR I6, which is declining water quality has adverse effects on the environment, our communities and the economy. In paragraph 16, I outline that a number of submitters discuss outstanding issues with SRMR I6 and their evidence. Ms. Bartlett for Ngāi Tahu Murehuku notes that SRMR I6 replicates an error identified in RMIA I3, which has been corrected, and she requests that SRMR I6 be amended to ensure consistency throughout the Otago Regional Policy Statement. I agree with Ms. Bartlett that this is an error, and I've recommended that the final sentence of SRMR I6 is amended as she has suggested, and you'll see the change there, which would then, that's paragraph 18, the change in red, which would make it consistent with RMIA I3. I3 it is, yeah. Paragraph 19, Ms. Perkins for ORAG Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ still seeks amendments to the context and environmental and economic impact snapshots to recognise the change happening with water quality in the region. The changes sought by Ms. Perkins include minor changes to the second paragraph of the environmental impact snapshot, which I agree improve the grammar and readability of this paragraph and recommend they be adopted. As for SRMR I5, Ms. Perkins suggests an amendment to the context to state that the NPSFM seeks to make immediate improvements to water quality within 10 years rather than 5. For the reasons discussed for SRMR I5, I consider the reference to the 5-year goal of the Essential Freshwater Work Programme is appropriate and do not recommend that this submission be adopted. Ms. Perkins seeks an amendment to the first sentence of the environmental impact snapshot to say that there is reason for concern about water quality in some rather than many areas in Otago. I discussed this in paragraph 606A of my section 42A report, and I'm still of the opinion that there is reason for concern about water quality in many lakes and rivers in Otago, based on the information in the Statement of Environment report that is referenced there. Paragraph 22, Ms. Perkins also seeks an additional sentence in the environmental impact snapshot, acknowledging the positive changes catchment group initiatives in Otago are making to address water quality concerns in some areas. I do not recommend that it be adopted. In my opinion, it does not assist in outlining the environmental impact of the water quality issue. Ms Perkins for ORAG Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ and Mr Hodgson for Horticulture New Zealand both still seek a change to the first sentence of the economic impact snapshot to acknowledge the impacts of water pollution on the primary sector. I discussed this in paragraph 6112A of my section 42A report. I'm still of the opinion that it is not necessary to expand on the list of industries and sectors referenced in this sentence because they're all covered more generally by the reference to many other sectors. And then finally, Mr Dicey for Central Otago Wine Growers Association seeks an amendment to the context to clarify that it is poorly managed agriculture rather than agriculture more generally, which causes some of the biggest impacts on water quality in Otago. I discussed this in paragraphs 601 to 602 of my section 42A report, and it is still my opinion that no evidence has been provided that it is only poorly managed land uses that impact on water quality. I do not recommend accepting this submission point. Moving on to the last issue, SRMR I9, Otago's lakes are subject to pressures from tourism and population growth. Just one minor matter raised in evidence, which I discuss in paragraph 26. The first paragraph of the context discusses the value of lakes in the region. Ms Perkins for ORAG Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ seeks an amendment to acknowledge the values of Otago's lakes as a source of water for primary production. I do not consider that the addition of primary production to this paragraph is necessary, as it is covered more broadly by the acknowledgement of the value of the quality and quantity of water accessible to Otago communities. Therefore, no further amendments to SRMR I9 are recommended. And that's the end of my opening statement. As I note, Appendix 1 there outlines all of the recommended changes to those three issues, with the changes in black being those that came out of the Section 42A reply report, and the changes in red, the ones that have arisen out of this opening statement.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just have just one question, and I suppose this follows on a little bit from the question to Mr. Anderson earlier. We got a reasonably chunky appendix document that came with the 42A report, and we've got state of the environment reports for water, surface water and groundwater quality, but we don't have anything around allocation. And I know in some of the evidence it's raised sort of to what extent is there over allocation, and I think it was might have been Ms. McIntyre talked about information prepared for the land and water plan process as well. But is there, and I suppose this relates to SRMR I5, on what basis is that sort of issue developed on? You know, how do we know to what extent there is over allocation or isn't over allocation? And I know that sort of in the issue it talks about the deemed permits, but that's largely been addressed. But I take your point in here where you're saying, well, that's actually a historical issue that has resulted in over allocation. Just wondering if there's any information, or if there's if you've got a handle yourself on the extent of over allocation.
That's a good question. So I come into this process when this was well underway, and these issue statements had been written up based on consultation. And so when I tried to track back to some of those statements, my understanding was that some of that commentary around over allocation came out of that discussion with the community. At the time I prepared my original reports, hadn't seen any documents that could assist you in sort of defining that issue. Off the top of my head, I don't have any in mind, but certainly something I could look into and see if there's anything further we could provide. Certainly, what the deemed permits as historical, the issue of over allocation has continued through as a result of earlier permits, and that's a matter that's sort of currently needs to be addressed in the drafting of the regional plan, which is only just underway. So I'm not sure that answers your question. I guess in my experience, it's more sort of based on the information that was provided to me when I started this process. Certainly happy to undertake to see if there's anything further we can provide to better inform those statements.
Yeah, I suppose we do have, some conflicting evidence around the extent to which water quantities over allocated or not, which I suppose we'll have to sort of work through. But I suppose it's just an absence of any actual technical information.
Yes, and of course, in some of those catchments that there are no allocation limits, and so in terms of quantity, it's difficult to say over allocated. I think in terms of quality, which is also another part of the definition for over allocation in the national policy statement, I'd suggest that the water quality results for some of these waterways suggest over allocation.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that. And I think, we've got the information in the appendices around them, which is helpful. Look, I just did have one other question around the deemed permits, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this or not, but I suppose there's an assumption that the deemed permits resulted in over allocation, but was that on paper, or I presume the use was I suppose having dealt with some deemed permits before, the use would generally be a fraction of what's actually allocated. So were the sort of impacts on the rivers being observed through those deemed permits or not?
So sorry, the question
I suppose, is there sort of a handle on, I suppose where I was getting to was, is there expected to be less abstraction following replacements of deemed permits? Or given that the use is probably substantially less than what was allocated through those permits in the first place, given the sort of 24/7, 365-day year allocations.
Again, I'm not 100% familiar with the processing of those replacement consents, but in the little bit that I have delved into water quantity issues in Otago, yes, I think that the replacement consents are revisited in terms of what's actually been used and efficient use. Again, I'm not sure if there's any documents that back this up, but I think there's still over allocation even after that process, but I think it'll vary throughout the catchments in Otago. So I guess the short answer is I'm not sure if there's anything concise I could provide to you on that. My impression is that still, yes, the usage will help refine down the amounts that are allocated. I think that's all still being determined as part of the regional plan process, how much that'll bring it down. And again, as I said, I'll go back to, I guess, the water quality is a reflection of actual use, and if the water quality and the ecological health of the water body points to over allocation in that sense, then that's natural rather than a paper allocation issue, if that makes sense.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just following on from that discussion around the allocation issue, you say water is not is a finite resource. I guess it is an extent, but it's a resource that's replaced continuously, isn't it? So when you use it for something, it changes form, it doesn't disappear, I guess is what the...
Yes, I can see both points, and I can see where I think it was Ms. Perkins, wasn't it, was coming from there. But I guess at any point in time, there is only so much water available, and it isn't an infinite source of water, for people to take or use. And yes, it is replaced, but again, it's not in sort of an endless, infinite replacement of water. But yeah, I can see.
I have read Ms. Perkins' evidence, and I didn't pick up on that. So I assume it's in an allocation context that was raised.
Yes, I think that too, but yes, it would make sense.
Yeah. The only other question was in the paragraph 24, Mr. Dicey's recommendation that you include poorly managed in there. You say there's no evidence that it's only poorly managed land uses that impact on water quality. I've been trying to work out what well-managed activities may impact on water quality. So you just sort of give me an example of what you're talking about there. Is it more related to matching land use with catchments or something like that?
Yes, it is, and just making sure that the land use is appropriate for the soils and the
yeah. So I guess what you're saying, we'll probably hear a bit about this, is that you may be managing this activity as well as you can, but because of the underlying nature of the geology or whatever, you're still going to have an impact on water quality.
Potentially,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Thank you.
I just had a few questions in relation to your part of the section 42A report. One related to just not being able to find something, which was that your, and I'm just wanting to be sure I've got the right order. So paragraph 541, was that yours?
I think it is. Yes, it is.
And you refer at the bottom, so you're referring to a concern related to the request by submitters for a new issue statement about the importance of use of natural physical resources to the wellbeing of the community discussed in section 5.4 of this report. When I went to 5.4, it was just it appeared to me to be just a brief discussion of definitions at page 84.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry. I think that's a typo. I'll
Look,
just,
not now, but after lunch.
Yeah.
Can you just
Yeah.
give us the actual correction for that, which
I think what that was meant to cross-reference back is the discussion within my sections on the new issue, but I'll find the correct reference for you.
thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's right. The paragraph 501 is the main one I wanted to just ask you about. Was the request by DCC, which I see was supported by QLDC, but opposed by Contact, seeking a new issue identifying damming of the Tomato, the Clutha as a regionally significant issue and legacy effects. And at 501, you just rather boldly said, I do not agree that the information supplied demonstrates that the damming of the Tomato, Clutha River is a regionally significant issue. Do not recommend accepting the submission. Can you express what the reasons are for that?
Yeah, I guess I just didn't think that enough information had been supplied to elevate that up as one of the top, what are we up to 12 now, I think, significant resource management issues for the region. Bearing in mind that they come out of some discussion and some consultation, so they're not all the issues for the region, they're the 11 or now 12 most significant resource management issues for the region. And I didn't think there'd been enough provided to demonstrate that the damming of the Clutha River was elevated up to that level. I thought perhaps more it's something, or the effects of the damming that could come into other issue statements, although that's not what's been asked for there. And admittedly, there's only a very small aspect of that has made its way into SRMR I7 in terms of the impacts on native fish.
Yeah, I didn't go back and should have done, but I was rather hoping you might have and looked at DCC's actual submission. Original submission, did they provide a specific wording for that?
No, they did not. I can double check that, but I'm pretty sure they didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Because if you think in terms of freshwater impacts, you couldn't imagine anything more significant in terms of flows in a water body, could you?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. And I guess it comes down to whether, yes, it's significant. There's no doubt the damming of the river is significant, and whether that's a significant issue for the region, I guess is the question I turned my mind to. And I take your point, and certainly there are submitters with the view that it is.
And just thinking in terms of sediment entrapment at both Lake Dunstan and also Marahirakia Junction, which can impact flood levels, etc. Are those not identified in the reports that we were given that Bianca Solomon just referred to? Are they not issues of that impact both water quality, flooding, and flow levels?
Yes, and the question is whether those matters can come up in the existing issues that are here, or whether they need to constitute a separate issue for the damming of water. So there's an issue in relation to quantity, there's an issue relating to water quality, for example, whether those matters would be better placed within the existing issues, right, or whether they warrant their own your own issue statement. And I guess coming late in the piece, I was a little bit reliant on sort of what had been identified via the engagement, recognising that a number of submitters have made the valid point that that engagement was limited to a certain number of parties and may not have captured the reviews, and obviously that's what this process is for. There wasn't a lot of other information or other submitters sort of pointing to a new issue for damming, and I guess I'm guided a little bit by the volume of submissions on any particular matter. And a new issue for damming didn't stand out as something that seemed to, as I said, elevate itself to the top 12, 13 that would be issues in the region.
We're pleased to know that as I flipped through this, got a lot of points noted as an important point, but not a lot of question marks. So, I think that's no, that's all I need to clarify. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. I'm just wondering whether we don't have a break now, because well, possibly it might be better if we took your evidence first and then have a break before questions. So
that's fine.
How long do you anticipate taking?
It might be, given the size of it, it might be better if I read through and then you have a chance to digest and go back through anything and then come to questions.
Okay. Yep.
I will do my best to get through it as quickly as I can.
Thank you. Right.
I will just note that despite the size of it, more than half of it is appendices, which I don't intend to read. But I have not been able to achieve the efficiency that my colleague Mr. Adams did.
One day.
I won't comment on the difference in scope. Respective parts.
Fair enough.
Quite obviously, as much preliminary matter as you can.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
So starting at paragraph 2, most of the FPI provisions are found in the LF chapter, which contains both FPI and non-FPI provisions. The hearing on the non-FPI parts has been adjourned, but further evidence is being prepared on the implications of the NPS IB. This hearing of submitters will finish on the 7th of September and the Council's reply is due by the 18th. Given the short timeframes, this statement provides my preliminary response to all of the evidence filed by submitters. Some of those recommendations might be revised once I've heard the evidence, and in some cases I haven't yet come to a recommendation. The statement addresses a number of key themes, the first of it, which starting at paragraph 5, is the technical information, which is being developed at pace. In his evidence, Mr. Dyer for ORC as a submitter states that an additional report estimating the scale of change in nutrient runoff that is achievable from applying potential land use mitigations is in development and will likely become available in August 2023. I understand that report has been delayed and is now not due to be completed until October. The panel may wish to clarify that with Mr. Dyer, although I note that ORC has not requested to be heard on its submission. In her evidence, Ms. McIntyre for Kaitahu outlines her understanding that there are concerns about over-allocation of water quantity and states it would be helpful for ORC to provide information on this to assist the panel. In his evidence, Mr. Dyer states that part of the science program underway has been hydrological modelling, but he provides no further information on that work. I agree with Ms. McIntyre that it may assist the panel to have further evidence on water quantity. However, I'm not aware that there are any technical reports publicly available on the state of water quantity across the region. I'll just pause there and note that Ms. McIntyre has referred to the evidence prepared for Plan Change 7, and there is one statement in particular from the Council's planning witness which may assist with understanding the potential scale of over-allocation, which I can provide to the panel. In addition to the science work, there's also an economic work program underway, and at paragraph 8, there are 4 reports outlined which have been published recently. Briefing papers on key topics for the Land and Water Plan have also been made publicly available following their consideration by ORC's Environmental Science and Policy Committee. And I have included a link to where those papers are available. All of these reports inform the development of the plan and also demonstrate the rate at which information is being prepared to assist with plan development. In my Section 42A report, and again in the statement, I emphasise that the RPS does not need to include all of the answers to implementing the NPSFM. Most of the answers are best addressed through the Land and Water Plan itself, as required by the NPS. My views informed by the volume of work being prepared by or on behalf of ORC. It is not kicking the can down the road, rather a recognition that there will be information available to the Land and Water Plan that is not available for the RPS. Turning to engagement and consultation, there's criticism in the evidence filed about the engagement and consultation undertaken on the RPS. Ms. Perkins has notes that the notified RPS was the first opportunity for the community to see freshwater visions as a whole following the consultation on their content. And so this hearing is a critical piece of the engagement process. I agree this is the case. It has now been more than 2 years since the visions were notified, including a second round of notifications, submissions and further submissions, which have provided 4 additional opportunities for comment. Some of the farmer witnesses for ORAG Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ have outlined their views on the engagement and consultation processes. Ms. Crutchley considers the process was short and unimaginative and notes 3 key themes that have not been reflected in the visions: the importance of community input, the importance of farming, and a general sense of too many regulations. Overall, she considers the process did not reflect the sense of community ownership that a vision should have. Ms. Hay considers the vision for North Otago does not fully reflect the values that the community articulated, such as maintaining a high production food industry, that rural communities are maintained and thriving, there is certainty in relation to water allocation, and recognition of the importance of existing irrigation schemes. Engagement and consultation processes are notoriously fraught. They never satisfy everyone. While I respect the views of the farmer witnesses, in my opinion, there was a lot of feedback from rural participants that was either focused on the methods to achieve visions, such as community involvement, or on matters that would lock in the current state of water resources, preventing improvement from occurring as required by the NPS, such as providing certainty about water allocation. The NPS requires councils to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, including by applying the hierarchy of obligations when developing visions. That means that when developing the visions, the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems had to be given priority. That is why there is a focus on the outcomes for the water bodies and their ecosystems rather than on the uses of water. Instead, there are other provisions in the RPS which recognise the importance of those uses. However, that cannot override the priority afforded to the health and well-being of water bodies in the hierarchy of obligations. Mr. Ensor for Fulton Hogan draws attention to the requirement in clause 3.2 of the NPS to engage with communities and tangata whenua to determine how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to freshwater bodies and freshwater ecosystems. He appears to consider that this requires ORC to resolve all of the possible conflicts that might exist under the hierarchy. I discussed the hierarchy in more detail below. However, in relation to this point, I disagree with Mr. Ensor's interpretation of that clause. In my view, the engagement requirements have been met through the consultation that occurred prior to the RPS being notified, as well as through the 2 notification processes since June 2021. I do not consider that determining how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems requires the development of a suite of policies identifying all of the potential activities falling into each priority and which has priority over another, as sought by Fulton Hogan. Te Mana o Te Wai and balance. In his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Ben Farrell for Fish and Game, Real NZ and NZ Ski considers that some practitioners have not comprehended what Te Mana o Te Wai means. He outlines his understanding, including that The basic and fundamental principle of putting the mode and health of a water body ahead of human health and then associated well-beings should always be front and centre of plan making and decision making. This is easier said than done, given the majority of our society, inclusive of practitioners and decision makers, have a European Western paradigm and are yet to have their paradigm disrupted by shifting towards an Indigenous Māori paradigm about the importance of fresh water. I generally agree with Mr. Farrell. Some of the planning witnesses are applying the approach of balancing competing interests in decision making, and in my opinion, misinterpreting what the NPSFM says about balance in clause 3.1, subclause 1. I have addressed this previously in my section 42A report, and my views have not changed. I agree with Ms. McIntyre and her evidence, where she states,
I think you can take that as read because we've read that.
I strongly disagree with Ms. Hunter that LFY01 is superfluous and could be deleted. Putting aside that including an objective expressing Te Mana o Te Wai in an RPS is a mandatory requirement of the NPS, in my view, it would be unhelpful for the RPS to rely only on the hierarchy without any further guidance to assist with applying that hierarchy. Policy 1 must be applied in a way that gives effect to the expression of Te Mana o Te Wai in Objective 1. Other than some minor amendments outlined in Attachment 1, I don't recommend any further amendments to Objective 1. Te Mana o Te Wai and the priorities. The other matter in relation to Te Mana o Te Wai that remains in contention is the priorities outlined in Policy 1. Generally, the planning witnesses continue to support the amendments sought by the submitters they appear for. I address those submissions in my report and hold the same views. There's a summary there from Ms. McIntyre, which I will skip. Paragraph 22. The only additional point I would note is that despite its broad scope, matters in the third priority will not all need to be addressed in the same way in the land and water plan, and indeed should not be. For example, food production and renewable electricity generation are both, in my view, examples of third tier priorities. However, the land and water plan would not need to manage these activities in identical ways. There is nothing in the RPS or the NPS that prevents different approaches being adopted to managing different activities. The key point is that those activities are not afforded priority over the matters in priorities 1 and 2. I don't recommend any further amendments to policy 1. Transition framework. ORAG Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ continue to seek the inclusion of a transition framework in the RPS. I've previously addressed this in my section 42A report on the FPI, as well as in my reply report on the non-FPI provisions. Ms. Perkins proposes a new policy on transitioning and consequential amendments to the freshwater divisions. I've set out the new policy in full, which I won't read. In my view, the key aspect of Ms. Perkins' drafting is the ability to amend the vision timeframes through the land and water plan. When developing the land and water plan provisions, Ms. Perkins' policy requires identifying whether the dates need to be amended. Consequential amendments to the visions then allow their timeframes to be amended through the land and water plan. I understand the amendments sought may not be lawful, which has been addressed by Mr. Anderson, so I only focus on the planning matters here. The first of which is the other costs and benefits. In his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Farrell has outlined his opposition to the amendments proposed by Ms. Perkins. I agree that the policy is focused on future costs and does not recognise the current costs associated with historic decisions about the use of water. The cultural witnesses for Kaitahu have outlined the significance of these costs for mana whenua. I also agree with Mr. Farrell that the policy does not recognise the future benefits. The financial costs of regulation are always a key consideration in policy making. However, this does not override the importance of other types of costs and benefits, including those that are difficult to quantify. Amending the timeframes. Ms. Perkins states that if there's no mechanism to evolve the timeframes, then the only option would be to amend the RPS provisions through a Schedule 1 process, which is a costly and inefficient use of resources. I agree with Mr. Farrell that amending an RPS does not need to be costly or inefficient. RPSs are required to be reviewed no less frequently than every 10 years. Assuming the visions become operative in the next couple of years, they will be due for review again by the mid-2030s. As most of the visions have timeframes of between 2040 and 2050, this will provide an opportunity to review the progress made towards achieving the visions. Even in the absence of review, a targeted change could be progressed to amend timeframes using the freshwater planning process or as part of a broader change. I note there are requirements in the NPS IB for RPSs that cannot be implemented in the RPS at this time, indicating there will need to be further amendments in the future. The Land and Water Plan is due to be notified in June 2024, and a decision is required on its provisions by June 2026. Even if it was lawful and appropriate to allow the Land and Water Plan to override the timeframes in the freshwater visions, it could only do so in the next few years before its provisions also become operative. After that time, a plan change would still be required to amend the timeframes. In my opinion, it's far more likely that timeframes will need to be revisited further down the track, for example, in 10 years, than in the next few years. The evidence presented by the farming witnesses for Oroke Federated Farmers and Dairy NZ emphasises the destabilisation and delay that could arise from uncertainty, especially uncertainty in regulation. Allowing the visions to be revisited through the Land and Water Plan would only increase the uncertainty for farmers and may incentivise waiting to see, i.e. not making changes to resource use until the timeframes have been confirmed through the Land and Water Plan. That is an inefficient and ineffective outcome for resource users and for the water bodies, particularly given the information available on the degraded state of water in parts of Otago. Duplication of requirements. The other aspect of the new policy is a requirement for the following information to be identified when setting environmental outcomes, attribute states, and environmental flows and levels. Those are changes required by users, how the changes can be implemented, the costs of implementation, and the timeframe required to manage those costs in a way that can be sustained by the community, that is ambitious but reasonable. These are important considerations. However, in my view, they're already required to be included in a Section 32 report, and I won't read out Section 32. ORC has developed an economic work program to support the Land and Water Plan, and most reports are now completed. They will inform the development of the plan and the content of the accompanying Section 32 report. For these reasons, I don't recommend including new Policy 7B or the consequential amendments to divisions. Emphasising existing regulatory and non-regulatory methods. Ms. Perkins proposes a new policy P7C, which I have outlined in paragraph 38, and we'll take as read. I address the parts of this policy in turn, starting with preferring methods with the least additional regulatory intervention. In her rebuttal evidence, Ms. McIntyre outlines her opposition to this requirement. I agree with Ms. McIntyre that giving preference to methods requiring least additional regulatory intervention would inappropriately constrain the decision-making process for the Land and Water Plan. Staging implementation. This is a key tool for managing impacts on users and has been employed by ORC previously in respect of plan changes 6A and 8 to the water plan. The NPS clearly anticipates transitions over time. Councils may set long-term timeframes for target attribute states as long as they also set interim target attribute states. And environmental flows and levels may be set and adapted over time to take a phased approach to achieving environmental outcomes and long-term visions. In my view, there's nothing in the RPS that would prevent staged implementation from occurring. Relying on freshwater farm plans. Ms. Perkins' policy requires relying on freshwater farm plan regulations, which have been recently introduced and are still being rolled out in the first regions to implement them, Southland and Waikato. If freshwater farm plans prove to be effective, they will be a valuable tool for addressing issues with freshwater. In my view, the regulations are very detailed in terms of the process to be followed to prepare, certify and audit plans, but are light on the outcomes they must achieve. As Ms. Scott notes, when farm operators are identifying and assessing the risks and actions on farm, they are only required to have regard to the catchment context, challenges and values. which includes the provisions of regional plans, RPSs, and the NPS itself. I understand case law has determined that have regard to requires the decision maker to give genuine attention and thought to the matter. That is not a strong direction and does not require that freshwater farm plans contribute to achieving the outcomes sought by regional plans or the NPS. My concerns are in part informed by recent reporting on Otu Wharekai Ashburton Lakes, which are a network of wetlands and lakes in the Ashburton High Country, home to one of New Zealand's best remaining intermontane wetland systems and habitat for nationally significant species and of high cultural value for Ngāi Tahu. The lakes are now partly eutrophic with elevated sediment and nutrient levels, algal growth and reduced clarity. The main nutrient source, more than 90% across all lakes, was identified as pastoral land use. Upon learning of the degraded condition of these lakes, the Minister commissioned a report on any regulatory system vulnerabilities that may have contributed to the lake's decline. The lakes are managed under the Canterbury Land and Water Regional Plan, which contains rules managing nutrient loss, as well as a requirement for farm environment plans to be implemented. All 4 farms in the catchment require resource consent and all have farm environment plans in place. Those plans were prepared, certified and audited in accordance with the Canterbury Land and Water Plan provisions. 3 of the 4 farms have achieved 2 consecutive A grades in their audits. There were many findings in the report by the Ministry for the Environment. However, some are particularly relevant to freshwater farm plans. Some critical decisions were devolved to farmers and their advisors. These included the nitrogen loss limit calculation, in which the Canterbury Land and Water Plan's limit setting methodology was applied to the farmers' input data, and the choice and implementation of good management practices and actions to stay within that limit. Good management practices were used alongside the nitrogen loss limit, but were not able on their own to drive adequate reductions or provide a firm limit. Environment Canterbury was reliant on third-party professionals to deliver the farm environment plan system and set farm nitrogen loss limits, making it vulnerable to industry capture. While measures to address this were taken, vulnerabilities exist. The farm environment plan system is overly focused on process rather than environmental outcomes. So long as A or B grade audits were achieved, intensification of high-risk areas near the lakes were not monitored or controlled. The report goes on to note that the freshwater farm plan system has similarities to Environment Canterbury's farm environment plan system, and that, like the farm environment plan tool, the freshwater farm plan system used in isolation will have limitations on addressing issues of over-allocation and catchments, particularly for contaminants like nitrogen. Councils will need to rely on a combination of regulatory tools, such as setting catchment and farm level limits and rules on resource use that align with achieving environmental outcomes, and interventions alongside farm planning, specific to each catchment's needs and context to meet water quality limits and targets. In my view, freshwater farm plans should be a useful tool for addressing on-farm mitigations. However, they will not be sufficient on their own to address over-allocation. I therefore disagree with Ms. Scott's suggestion that as freshwater farm plans are phased in across Otago, the need for greater regulatory control may well diminish. I consider it would be entirely inappropriate to constrain the land and water plan to relying on freshwater farm plans, especially in FMUs or Ōrāhui where there is over-allocation. Avoiding new rules for matters already managed by regulations. National environmental standards and regulations promulgated under the RMA are developed to apply nationally. Whether they are sufficient to address the issues or outcomes identified in regions is a matter that regional councils need to consider. Most regulations, including the NES for freshwater and the stock exclusion regulations, specify whether provisions in lower order plans can be more or less stringent, and both of these documents allow additional stringency. In my view, Ms. Perkins' policy would prevent ORC from including additional stringency in the land and water plan, even if that was the most effective way to achieve the outcome sought for an FMU or Ōrāhui. Constraining ORC's decision-making in this way is not appropriate, especially if it prevents the land and water plan from considering effective methods for achieving environmental outcomes. Leveraging catchment groups or community collectives. Like Ms. McIntyre, I'm unsure what is meant by leveraging these groups. And I agree that the relationship between regulations and action plans or catchment group activities and the mix of these in achieving environmental outcomes is a matter for the land and water plan process. I note that LFVMM3 requires engaging with communities and stakeholders to identify methods to achieve environmental outcomes, encouraging community stewardship of water resources and programs to address issues at a local catchment level, supporting community initiatives that contribute to maintaining or improving the health of water and well-being of water bodies. And in my view, the RPS already recognises the role of catchment groups or community collectives as a method for achieving environmental outcomes in a way that's clearer and more specific than the policy proposed. Not imposing new regulatory requirements where water quality is already at the target attribute state. This requirement overlooks the importance of considering trends as well as states. A target attribute state might currently be achieved, but the trend may indicate that it is degrading over time, meaning there is a risk of the state of the target attribute state no longer being met in the future. And this is the case in some of ORC's FMUs. I've provided 2 examples there of monitoring sites where A or B bands are being achieved at the moment, but 10-year trend information shows that they are exceptionally unlikely to be improving. Policy 5 of the MPS requires that the health and wellbeing of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems is maintained or, if degraded, improved. The MPS goes on to state that if a regional council detects that an FMU or part of an FMU is degrading, it must, as soon as practicable, take action to halt or reverse the degradation, for example, by making or changing a regional plan. ORC has detected that some sites are degrading and therefore must take action to halt, at minimum, that degradation. In my view, it would not give effect to the NPS to prevent the land and water plan from taking regulatory action in these situations. Establishing trigger points where additional regulatory intervention is required to prevent degradation. There is an inherent conflict between subclause E, which prevents the imposition of new regulatory requirements where water quality is already at the target attribute state, and subclause F, which requires trigger points or intervention to prevent degradation. That aside, clause 3.20 of the NPS already outlines what regional councils must do when they detect degradation. So I don't consider additional direction as necessary. In conclusion, although I do not support the amendments proposed by Ms. Perkins, I'm still considering whether recognition of the need for transitions over time can be provided in the FPI provisions in some other way. I intend to provide my final position on this point in reply once I've heard from the submitters. Turning to active engagement, Ms. Perkins proposes another new policy for local community involvement. In her evidence, she notes that LFVMM3 already contains similar direction, but states that giving this engagement requirement more weight through the policy level rather than relying on it as a method will ensure that ORC can be held accountable for the degree of engagement that is needed with the rural sector. I don't consider there's any difference in weight between policies and methods in an RPS. The RMA requires an RPS to state the policies for the issues and objectives and an explanation of those policies, and the methods used or to be used to implement the policies. There is no difference in their effect. The difference is simply that they are provisions with different purposes. In my view, this policy duplicates the direction already set out in Method 3 and restates requirements already in the NPSFM, except that it does not explicitly refer to tangata whenua forming part of local communities. In terms of accountability, I note that Method 3 begins that Otago Regional Council must, which ensures its implementation is mandatory. The coordinated Three Waters strategy for Dunedin City Council. Mr. Anderson has taken you through these amendments, so I won't repeat what he said. Starting at 65, I understand there are issues with the lawfulness of this approach, and that, in my opinion, is the primary issue to address. That aside, in my view, there's nothing in the RPS preventing DCC or any other territorial authority from developing such a strategy. Similar types of strategies are regularly prepared by local authorities in accordance with the Local Government Act.
I might just stop you there and we'll have a break for lunch.
Sure.
And carry on. Thank you. We'll come back at 2.
Mr. Chair, if I may just speak to a couple of points in relation to the typos. We have some constraints in terms of availability later in the afternoon. Ms. Cook has a executive meeting at 5 o'clock tonight back in Invercargill, which I'm told she must attend. The latest that she could probably finish her events would be 2:30. And Mr. Ellison is another engagement. He's there at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I wonder if we might be able to take a reasonably short lunch during the week to allow for that to take place.
Yeah, look, we'll come back at 2:45, and it may be that we're going to depose some of your witnesses, Mr. Cameron, to make sure they get away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's very helpful.
Thank you. And Ms. Wood, we've decided that what we need to do really to be sure that we don't have any difficulties with getting Ms. Cook and Mr. Ellison away is that Mr. Cameron, I know it's going to interrupt your flow, but we'd rather deal with these two witnesses first. And can I indicate to you that as far as Ms. Boyd is concerned, we've also discussed the fact that we think that some of the material that you've dealt with so far is much more in the nature of a reply, so that we intend to reserve our questions probably for you, maybe one or two, but I don't know, until the reply, so that we're advancing any questions to you after we've actually heard the evidence that you're addressing now. So that might assist your probably rising anxiety as time is taken by Ms. Boyd to finish her evidence. So the batting order this afternoon is going to be, as you decide, between Mr. Ellison and Ms. Cook, and then we'll go back to Ms. Boyd, complete her evidence, but reserve our questions until we come to the reply for her, and we'll then start you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm grateful to Mr. Anderson and Ms. Boyd for allowing us to interpolate and also for the Herculean effort at reading at good pace earlier. I'm going to hand over to Ms. Cook first because she's got the most pressing time constraint. Thank you, Mr. Ellison. Will address you. Both witnesses have prepared very short summary statements, which they will read from now. Ms. Cook.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Just wait a moment, if you would, while these are distributed.
You're a musical.
I know. The only tune you will ever hear me have.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa. Me tuatahi ki te paraparaki ki rā mātou pai, the pau kōrero a Baba Thompson I tēnei wā. I maumahara tonu rā mātou ki aia. I roto I te kōrero I mui a koutou, etahi waiata tangi. I waiata mai he waka kōtuia mōna I ngā wiki pāhuri atu. So just to acknowledge that since I wrote my evidence in chief, Baba Thompson, who was the speaker at our marae, died. He was the person amongst us who practiced the work that we have to do now to remove our tuna above and below impoundments, and was also our representative on the Matau Trust. He has since been replaced by his widow, Gail Thompson, and I also speak on behalf of her today because quite naturally she does not find herself in a position where she's comfortable about presenting right now. This is, as you can imagine, a difficult time for her. So, koiwan koka hau. I am a descendant of those women who left south after the turbulent times of the 1830s. And as such, our connection with the Mātou has over time become more attenuated. However, that does not mean we have forgotten. That does not mean we do not hold it as important. And along with the Papatipu in Otako, we share an interest, particularly in the central, but Waihopai, who I represent, touches the Mātou for much of the length, which is in the south in Takiwa. So that is on the basis that I appear before you today. Nā te wai ko te hauaro nā mea katoa. Water is the foundation and source of all life. just human life, all life. Birds, the trees, the fish, the insects, everything needs water. So on that basis, I refer you to my evidence in chief, which refers in para 7 to arteries and veins and the vital organs of Papatūānuku. But likewise in my para 13 in my evidence in chief, water bodies are the highways, the roads, the lanes, and the paths that we used in our travels over this whenua. And so our interest is both practical, but as I referred to as well, it feeds our whole well-being, including our spiritual well-being, and the sounds and the sights and the smells of the water bodies are really, really something that nourishes us emotionally and mentally as well as physically. Within the sentence that I began with is the word hauora, te hauora o ngā mea katoa, which is emphasising about how we are, our source of our health and well-being, about being fit and well, resilient and strong. And our rivers, lakes and streams should be like that as well. When we talk about te mana o te wai, the mana of the water, that is the status in which we hold waitonga of all kinds. It is from the care and respect that we give these waters that we ensure healthy waters and a healthy environment, and that the waters are health-giving for a collective well-being. Mana o te wai is about protecting Māori, and I've talked in my evidence about what Māori looks like, sounds like, smells like, tastes like, and feels like, how all our senses can recognise Māori and what we're seeking to protect and restore. Our indicators of health are the presence of native species of plants, bird and fish, the scent of healthy water bodies, the look and sound of a place, the natural variety of water body types and habitats within water bodies. These physical indicators are linked to our spiritual well-being. Being in and around water connects us to our whakapapa, our tūpuna. In the presence of healthy water bodies, we are able to recognise where we are, who we are, and how to live well through our interactions with water, whether it be drinking, bathing, playing or harvesting, and pass this on to our tamariki and mokopuna. Our tūpuna knew how to work with nature, wisdom built over generations, and we look to their example, to the knowledge they handed down to us. I've described what we have lost as our water bodies have been degraded by dams, loss of indigenous vegetation, decline in populations of birds and fish, the impact of introduced species, loss of raupō and wetlands, how we have had to adapt to a degraded environment, and how we work to preserve our cultural practices and mātauranga in light of all these changes. I've given examples of what it means to protect and restore Māori through protecting banks and riparian margins that provide important habitat, reintroducing indigenous vegetation to provide habitat and help filter out contaminants, restoring raupō and wetland habitats assisting fish passage, reducing water abstraction, especially in small tributary streams, allowing water bodies to behave as they naturally would and ensure they provide a range of habitats, addressing the impact of changes in natural processes, such as gravel and sediment transport through the river system, as well as managing waste streams so they do not discharge to water. The fundamental concept of te mana o te wai gives us a strong foundation for protection and restoration of water bodies in Otago. Giving effect to te mana o te wai is what we need to be able to work together, utilising mātauranga in combination with environmental science and practical solutions to make the necessary changes within this generation so that generations to follow will benefit from the investment that we have made and the care and respect we have shown to our water bodies and native species dependent on them. This is our responsibility as kaitiaki and what needs to happen in partnership with the council and communities. So, because I'm quite emotional about the subject, I don't propose to read it all out, all out to you, but if you will see on the other side is the translation. What I will say about this though, is the work of Pauliette, Tumai and Cormany is helping a new generation of young people to actually understand what it means if you put impoundments on rivers and the 90-year-old female tuna cannot go to the sea. This is what this waiata tells you, that her body changes regardless of whether she can go to sea or not. And if she cannot get out, if human intervention does not enable that passage, then the thousands of tuna to come are lost forever, because she only breathes once, and that is when she goes to sea, when she's ready to go to sea. I feel a very deep obligation to actually ensure that the voice of those people who really, really have worked hard at helping our tuna make that journey, despite the dams that have been on our rivers for 70 or more years, is really important work, but it should never become necessary again. We can't take down the dams that are there without drastically impacting on significant populations of people. And until we become more independent of electrical, of hydro generation for electricity, they will continue to be there. But we need not allow any more of our waterways and our tuna to be captured behind there. And so, because they can't talk, I feel the imperative to talk for them. They are such a long-lived and special species to us. And as I said, I'm grateful to Pauliette and to my Cormany for making sure that the 15, 16 and 17-year-olds at Kings and Queens know this story and can carry that forward, whether it be by singing this waiata in the future or just carrying that knowledge with them for the rest of our lives. So I asked Pauliette and Cormany for permission to share this with you. I can't perform it the way that He Waka Kotuia did, but I do. The sentiments within are deep within my heart, and I do commend them to you. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Nā koe, Evelyn, me or me. One thing that really stands out for me in your presentation at the moment is the bit about what Māori looks like, feels like, tastes like. Because that's one of the key questions in this whole exercise that we're dealing with at the moment. What is Māori and where does that fit in? People are saying that they don't quite understand what that means, and that it needs better interpretation or better explanation. But to be able to say that this is what it looks like, this is what it tastes like, you know, and whether they can be depicted in waiata or whakatauiki or whakapapa, it's part of the mix that I think the mana o te wai is calling for. It is, that's what it's asking. It's saying, you know, we have this thing, it needs to be explained in a way that everybody understands. Everybody has to accept that it's real. You know, it's not just a sort of fictitious thing that people are grabbing at. So I wonder if you could just, and I've been involved, and I'm sure Edward has as well, in resource consent hearings over the years where Māori has been a key thing. And there are things like Māori models. How do people explain what they are or define what they are? And there are at least 3 different models that I'm aware of. I haven't heard anyone down here talk about an actual model. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that, Evelyn. Is there scope for having a model that defines it, or is there something more intrinsic about Māori that that defies that?
So I suppose models can be helpful. They can also be limiting, because people will say, oh, that's the only way that you can express Māori. So that's why I've tried to be as inclusive as I can of the things that tell me that this waterway is healthy, this waterway has its intrinsic, you know, it's intrinsic Māori as well, that it's behaving in a way that I'm expected to. But as I've said, we're fortunate that there are places where we can experience it unmodified, and so it tells us what we should be looking for at other places. So when you go into a piece of forest that is bustling with life, it hasn't got the tops all eaten by possums, or it hasn't got all the vegetation replaced by introduced species, or, you know, all those different things, but you hear the sound of the water as it goes over the rocks, or you see it just slowly wend through a swampy piece, and you think, that's what it's like. That's what it should smell like. That's what it should sound like. And I suppose for me, that I'm saying that I've got memories from what it was like when I was a child. The memories of my son will be so different because the waterways have changed so much. I was 35 when he was born, so they had changed a lot by then. His expectations of what an unmodified waterway would be quite different to mine, or what the sounds and sights and smells would be. I would like to think that the words that we leave behind, because now we can commit them to paper and digital devices, they're there for much longer than in the waiata and the whakatauki that are sometimes forgotten or manipulated in transmission. That we're leaving a legacy behind of what our expectations would be, and I think that's different than a model. I think I'd like to think that I didn't leave anything out, but I'm sure for somebody there is an element that isn't there that for them is what it means. And so I'd be reluctant to put my thoughts on somebody else, my model on somebody else, but this is what it is for me.
And I just want to pick up on another phrase that you used right at the very beginning, te haura o ngā mea katoa. Now that to me is the essence of te mana o te wai. Right? I mean, if you look at the hierarchy, first of all, it's the health of the water, and then the drinking, and then the broader picture. That's what I hear you say when you say ngā mea katoa. Do you want to comment on that more?
I think that if we put people first, then we're being really arrogant. I'm a deacon in the Anglican Church. I didn't create this world. God created this world. The atua created this world. And we benefit from it. But the principal thing is the things that came first. And if we don't leave water, and if the water's not good enough, then where are all those other things in the hierarchy? Because they don't have a voice. People have a voice. They can say the water tastes awful, but the fish can't tell you that, and the birds can't tell you that, and the insects can't, but they just leave. They die. They're just not there anymore. And it throws everything out of balance when we do that. So I think, balancing is what your decision making is going to have to take into account, but it's not people first, it's the environment first. If we don't have a healthy environment, we as people will not survive, because we're not as adaptable as we think we are.
All right. then I have one last question, and it's probably an unfair one to ask, but I'm going to anyway. Given your history and your longevity and the things you just talked about when you were a kid, where do you think we are at the moment?
In terms of water and quantity and quality, we're getting close to the tipping point, I feel. Just because I think that so many people actually don't realise how dependent they are on water. And I was listening to the hierarchy before, and I was thinking that we've gotten really skilled at doing lots of things, but sometimes what we haven't got skilled at is actually what my grandmother would have said is, tailing your wants and to the available resources. So a lot of the activities that I see talked about as needing water and wanting to be prioritised, are they the appropriate activities to be taking place in those areas? How much are they doing themselves to make themselves independent of taking the water out of the rivers? How much water harvesting and our really good water management is going on? That's not my question to answer, really, in a way, but I suppose that we as people have gotten really bad at living within our resources, and that includes what we think of as an infinite resource, which is water. But we know with climate change, that's less predictable and less comfortable than it used to be. And there are lots of activities that I think over the next 50 years, my grandchildren are going to probably not see happen anymore, because the environment will have changed to such a degree. And that may include our diet. Probably will include our diet.
All right, thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Nauru.
That's what I thought.
Ngi.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cook. I'm probably one of those people that Ray was talking to you about in terms of trying to understand Rotary and how we deal with that in a regulatory sense. But sort of listening to you then, how you experience, kind of, to me, it's suggesting how you experience is it's the environment's a living being almost, and you treat it the way you want to be treated yourself. So it's that sort of, it's almost a spiritual element in there, isn't there?
Oh, I think absolutely. I mean, if we look at Papatūānuku and the water that are running through her arteries and veins, they're supporting her kidneys and her lungs and her heart. If we look at that, why, and if it was ourselves, would we want to put the best into our body, or do we? Well, some of us do, I suppose. Some of us occasionally drink Mountain Dew, which is really bad for you. But or smoke tobacco, which I don't. But I think that this is about the optimum, and it is about a living being. I don't think that there's any question that the earth is a living being. It's just, I think, how we articulate it might be different, and how we value it, and how we've learnt to live with it or not to learn to live with it might be different.
No, thank you for that. It was really useful and helpful.
Yeah, no, kia ora, Ms. Cook. Just one question I had, and I found your evidence really, really interesting. And I suppose one of the things, reading, I suppose, all the evidence for this, but particularly what came out of the Kaitahu evidence as well, got me thinking quite a lot about wetlands. And you talk about getting, trying to get Raupo re-established, you talk about wetlands. One of the things that comes up to me is that we've got a national policy statement for freshwater management that talks about no further loss of extent of natural inland wetlands, values of protected, restoration promoted. We've got policies that are proposed in the RPS around, again, around to the greatest extent practicable, trying to improve ecosystem health and wetlands and that sort of stuff. You know, we've got a bit around this, but in your view, is no net loss going to get us there of wetlands? And I think about the, you know, the role wetlands has, and this is, you know, me coming, I suppose, from my perspective, where, you know, they soak up water and then they, during wet periods, and then, you know, they slowly release that. And so they're really good for keeping the base flow in the rivers, and they're really good at filtering out pollutants and also, you know, as well as the ecosystem, important ecosystem values. But are we going to get to where you think we need to get to be without improving and the extent of wetlands, not just a no net loss?
Oh, I think we need to be proactive. We need to create, we need to extend, we need to value. And I just was reading something yesterday about spongy cities. And I was thinking, well, there you are. There's a way of creating a little bit more wetland within cities, because it's not something that we see a huge amount of. They tend to be more rural, more coastal. And is there a value in us encouraging our cities to do that? Now, not every city sees the value, but Auckland has a couple of suburbs that benefited from a spongy sort of city environment. If they're planted correctly, do they actually start to perform the function of what is a naturally occurring wetland? I'm not an expert enough technically to understand, but I imagine that some of those are situated where there would have been some sort of a naturally occurring wetland in the past around swales and things like that. But I don't think just protecting what we have is sufficient to make the changes necessary. And I think I heard somebody give evidence about Otu Wharekai earlier, which would say that just protecting is not enough. Just having good farm management practices is not going to turn the tide quickly enough. So what more can we do? What more should we do? And that's probably an answer for people who are paid a lot more money than me. But I do think that being proactive, enhancing, creating more is probably how we should be thinking. And whether that ends up being part of natural flood protection as well as water cleansing mechanisms as well, you know, so multi-pronged attack. Nothing is off the table as far as I'm concerned if we can get to a better state and get some of those species back.
Thank you. Thank you.
You mentioned the tuna heke midway through your evidence, and you paid tribute to Mr. Thompson at the start. What sort of activities was he involved in that regard?
So he mostly worked on the Waio, and he was moving alvas from below the dam to above the dam. But my late partner Kelly was on the Waitaki. He removed migrating tuna from above the dams to below the dams so that they could go to sea. So I've seen it from both perspectives, and I've seen those, you know, big migrating tuna, and rejoiced that we enabled them to go to sea. Somewhat questioned why we put them above the impoundments, but knowing that they live a very long time, that sometime in the future, Bubba's grandchildren will be, or great-grandchildren will be moving them down below again, because that's what we're going to need to do in the future. But we never see the tuna heke the way on those rivers with impoundments, the way that Kelly and his father experienced them before the dams went on the Waitaki. That's gone. Yeah.
No, look, thank you, Ms. Cook, and thank you for the thought and effort that you've put into your presentation to us. And I think for all of us. It does give us a colour and a smell and a taste, if you use your words, of what the word Māori might mean, and obviously put a lot of effort into that. I'm just sorry that you didn't sing the wāta.
Unfortunately, it's Edward's granddaughter that has the skill set for that, not me. And she's not here.
Not his daughter.
She is her mother's daughter.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll now move to Mr. Ellison.
Greetings once again, and I just want to acknowledge the significant duty you have before you, listening to evidence, reading all that evidence in the deliberations that you will be looking forward to, no doubt, at some point down the road. But really want to acknowledge the significant duty you have on your plate. As you know, my name's Edward Ellison. I'm from Otako. I'm the upoko of the Runanga there. In terms of the regional council, I sit on several committees here, including the Land and Water Regional Plan Governance Group, which is an oversight group. And in previous trienniums, I've sat on their policy or equivalent of policy committee. And then since my evidence was lodged, I'm now the appointed co-chair of the Environmental Science and Policy Committee here at the Regional Council. So my evidence describes the foundational values in relationship with Wai Māori that underlies the input provided by Kaitahi Kia Tāgo to the proposed RPS. It also outlines the experiences and concerns that inform our environmental priorities as kaitiaki in our submission on freshwater provisions. Mana i te whenua are dedicated to the sustainable management of resources and the achievement of sound environmental outcomes. Our overarching objective is to build a stronger environmental, economic, social and cultural base for our people, mō tātou me kauri anuri raki nei, and we have worked in partnership with ORC to ensure that our values and interests are represented and reflected in the freshwater provisions. Under Te Mana o Te Wai, and in my evidence at paragraphs 14 and 15, I explained the development of our Kaitahi Kia Tāgo interpretation of Te Mana o Te Wai, and this interpretation is rooted in mana tapu Māori whakapapa and the interconnectedness of the elements of Te Taiao and the rights and implications of Rakatira Taka and Kaitiaki Taka. And I discussed these matters at paragraph 17 to 39. The mana o te wai and all of the elements of Te Taiao has its source with the spiritual authority of the atua at the point of creation. The mana of the people and that of the natural environment in the takiwā are intrinsically linked, and the failure to secure the sustainability of resource or habitat has a detrimental impact on the mana. The Māori of water is a life-giving force that connects the environment from the mountain to the sea. Each water body has its own unique identity of Māori, which reflects the landscape and natural characteristics of the water bodies and catchments. Water bodies with a healthy and strong Māori are characterised by good quality waters that flow with energy and life. Sustain healthy ecosystems, and secure mahi whakau and other cultural activities. The primary resource management principle for Kaitahu is the protection of Māori. Every other natural element, including Wai Māori, possesses a level of tapu derived from their connection to the deeds, atua and tupuna. The obligation to respect and protect the wai is derived from the significant tapu of the natural environment arising from the antiquity and connection to ka atua. Concept of tapu requires the balancing of rights and responsibilities with the prohibitions and restrictions operating much as in any legal system. The resource management approach to Kiuta is an expression of the Ngākataka, which emphasizes the holistic management of the interrelated elements within the natural environment. The interconnected nature of the whenua, Waimāori and Moana, mean that management of land-based activities has direct consequences for rivers, lakes, wetlands, and the coastal environment, and land must be managed with this in mind. Kaitahu are bound by whakapapa to the land, water, and all life supported by them. This whakapapa relationship gives rise to the rights inherent in Rakatira Taka and the associated and fundamental duties of Kaitiaki Taka. Rakatira Taka and Kaitiaki Taka thus sit at the heart of Te Mana o Te Wai for mana whenua. Kaitahu Kia Otago Freshwater Vision. At paragraphs 40 to 43, I describe the development of the Kaitahu Kia Otago Freshwater Vision to feed into the development of the freshwater visions for the proposed RPS. The Kaitahu Kia Otago Freshwater Vision is informed by the relationship of mana whenua to Waimāori and by our Kaitiaki Taka obligation to restore the Māori of the Wai. It recognises that although each relationship is unique to a particular water body, those relationships are based on common values and principles that apply to all water bodies. In the paragraphs 44 to 60 of my evidence, I discuss some aspects of the relationship with Wai, including Wahi Tupuna, mahi kakai, and the relationship with tauka species. And I'll provide examples to illustrate these. The vision statement in Appendix 3 of my evidence describes the outcomes that will need to be achieved to restore the mauri of Otago's water bodies and to ensure the distinctive relationships of whānau and hapu that each water body can endure and thrive. The need for change. Our experience is that past and current management of fresh water is not consistent with this vision. So in paragraphs 61 to 70 of my evidence, I discuss the many types of degradation we have seen in our water bodies and the impacts of this on our economy, our communities, and our mana, our cultural identity. If we do not start to make real changes in direction to reverse the degradation before generations pass, it will be too late. We will lose the opportunity to pass on mātauraka to our rakatahi so that they can learn how to harvest and care for mahi kakai to sustain cultural practices. To avoid this happening, we consider there needs to be an immediate stop to the loss of wetlands, river extended habitats, and a change in management practices to support mana o te wai within 10 years, so that we can see the vision outcomes being achieved within the current specific concerns. My evidence also explains some specific freshwater management concerns that relate to our understanding of Māori and of tikaka and kaua. The first of these is a concern about direct discharge of human and animal effluent to water bodies. This is contrary to tikaka and kaua and renders affected waterways inaccessible for customary practices such as harvesting and eating mahi kakai or using water for cultural purposes and rituals. Instead, kaitahu support natural mixing of wastewater through the cleansing and purifying processes of papatuanuku in order for the mauri of the water to be fully restored. It needs to go through the processes of kia whitika o te rā, kia purea e te hau, kia horoia e te ua, kia hurihia o ngā kōwhatu. To be shone upon by the sun, to be purified by the wind, to be washed by the rain, and to be tumbled by the rocks. The second concern relates to cross-mixing of water between different water bodies. Our understanding is that the transfer of water between water bodies and catchments impacts on the mode of each water body by changing the characteristics of the water. It all means one system depletes the other and can also impact on the ecosystems and water quality of the receiving waters. The way in which it is appropriate to address this issue will vary from situation to situation, but mana whenua must be involved in determining the appropriate approach to be taken. So in conclusion, implementation of Te Mana o Te Wai through the freshwater provisions in the proposed regional policy statement provides a one-in-a-generation opportunity to reset the management of Wai Māori in a way that aligns with the tikaka and kawa that have been developed over generations by mana whenua. Our success in implementing Mana o Te Wai and restoring the natural balance of the taiao will be measured in outcomes for the current generations and the generations that follow. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just before we move to questions, I know it's almost 2:30 and
I may need to excuse myself with many apologies.
it's got my turn to talk about otherwise, so.
Kia ora, Edward. I want to touch on three things that you've mentioned here that haven't got a lot of airing in this hearing so far. One of them is the spiritual underpinning of Te Mana o Te Wai. The other one is the question of mixing water that you've raised here. That hasn't come up either. And the third one is the long-term vision, the vision. Council alluded quite a bit to long-term visions this morning, and I wanted to perhaps open up with that one, that the long-term vision. I mean, what is it for Kaitani?
Well, I suppose the long-term vision that we formed into the Otago Regional Council's long-term vision were really based on us going back to our basics, and probably in part bringing a definition of Te Mana o Te Wai, because that has become more and more pronounced as each version of the NPSFNs have been produced. So we wanted to address, in fact, we first started our discussions before the 2020 version of the NPSFN, but we went back to our values set, which the core element is mana, and the fact that the mana arises not from us or what we can see or do today, but really the actions of what created our environment as we know it, and as it benefits us and benefited the generations down the ages. And it possesses a mana. So that's influential in our thinking and the way we address our vision for this environment that we inherited. And then the Māori rises from that, because the source of that life force come from those creations. So that feeds into our visions. We cannot create a vision without those two elements being understood and feed into what we see being a vision for our land, water and sea and whenua. In there is that whakapapa element, of course, because in the way we relate to our environment, we see as part of our whakapapa. We are connected, that interconnectedness. So this is how we create a vision with that concept. And then there's that tapu element that I talk about in my evidence, because it requires tapu no understanding. So there's restrictions, things that we think should be there, not there. So in terms of that vision, it's informed by those values And there's actually a multiple set of other values that surround that. Several layers of values, but the core feed to our vision development. There's those values, and also considering this concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, which is not specifically a Māori concept, but one that's been created for the purposes of creating better management of our water. So that fed our vision, and then the knowledge of where we were, what state we're in, and how we might get back to something assembling a healthy water, land, water.
Okay, I want to just take that a little bit further before I return to the other two issues that I had. And it relates to paragraph 3 of your presentation today. We refer to the partnership thing with the council, or RC council. I asked about the vision because I'm interested as to whether the council understands that vision. They've accepted your vision, or is there something else perhaps happening there?
We've had about a 30-year process of developing the relationship with the regional council, and it's gone on various stages. And I wouldn't say it really evolved into anything like a partnership and probably until 2017, with that requirement and that NPSF then for councils to build stronger relationships, engagement with mana whenua. And then there was the requirement into 2018 to issues over being permits and other issues arising. The council were struggling to meet their commitments. And so we were drawn closer to the regional council. In 2019, I think we entered into actual partnership agreements. And then we had those roles on the committees. So over time, we've built that connection from the top right through to into the staffing level. And so I think there's been a gradual movement in terms of understanding what partnership is and what we mean when we're talking about our views on visions and things like that. One thing is clear, we've raised these things over decades and not been listened to effectively. So you're right, and the question I think raises that point. Do they understand? No, they haven't. In the past, they've simply ticked the box and moved on, and that's really all it was. You know, I don't know that I think we're at a point where there is some understanding, but as the rubber hits the road, there's a degree of nervousness around the table because some realization what it might mean. And so we have to stop and sit down and have some honest and frank kōrero, which is part of that growing understanding maramatanga. And so it's a journey. So I don't think we're there yet. That's my view. But it's a good question, Road, and very current process.
The other two issues are related. I mean, the spirituality issue underlying Te Mana o Te Wai, underlying everything, and the mixing of the waters, because there's a degree of spirituality about that as well. Would you like to just comment first on the mixing of the wai issue and how significant of an issue is that for Kaitana?
If we start with the water flows and rivers are natural in their natural state, and then go into a physical process of man interferences, this is what we're talking about really. Changing flows, capturing water and moving it from one catchment to another, which happens quite a lot here in Otago and elsewhere. But some of these catchments and the characteristics of those lands and sources of water are actually different to other catchments. And so it's actually introducing different elements into water that's foreign to, in a sense, foreign to it. And so it's starting to mix and potentially impact on the ecosystems of the receiving environment. Certainly impacts on the environmental catchment that the water's exiting from, because it's no longer available for the natural pathway of that waterway. So there's those sort of issues that concern us. And in some cases, that's quite a high volume. Others, it might be quite minor, but so it varies in terms of impact. And we think in terms of management, good management, custodial care of our waterways and what have you, it's a matter that should be taken on more seriously in the way decisions are made to introduce that type of mixing of water.
I mean, I'm conscious that in other parts of the country that this mixing of the water issue, I mean, up in Auckland and Waikato, for instance, you know, that is a big issue. And I don't know that it's ever been resolved or if it ever will, but it'll still be an issue, right? It'll be there. And in terms of the mana o te wai, of course, I think it's quite important. I mean, it's crucial, right? Anyway, we'll leave that to one side. But the other one is the spiritual underpinning, you know, that doesn't get really, hasn't really been teased out a lot, just generally speaking. I don't, partly I think because people don't fully understand that, or they get mataku of it. You know, that's also, what's your sense? What's your advice on that or comment?
You could probably answer it in a number of ways, but just trying to think of the line I might choose at this point. The way that our people have applied tikanga of their rules of doing things, the way they recognise the mana that I've talked about in the Māori, I've talked about in my earlier answers to you, are quite an important fabric of our mātauranga. It's what our knowledge base comes from, is that connectivity, the way they understand a place, the resources that are there, in their interaction with it, whakapapa, stories, pūrākau, they all carry and connect us back over the generations. And in our stories, they go right back to the beginnings of time. So that carries a strong weight to us. It's not about us having domain and control, but there's also a duty in terms of that inherited duty to care for and ensure that that carries on into future generations. Now, I can talk about a story reasonably local to here, where a wetland was drained, not last year or 10 years ago, but in 1920, and it decimated the kike down at the Henley, and they disappeared into the community to survive. Some of them came to the kike, our kike, and so they lost connection. And in many places, in any instance, had to go and find jobs and never, and they lost touch with the people. And so there's a loss, there's and now many of them are trying to find their way back in. And so you can see a sense of the spirit that they're seeking to reconnect with, that whakawhanaungatanga we have with our environment, the resources they lived off in their mātauranga, and in the passage of knowledge, generation to generation. When we take cases to a hearing or a council and we are failed to be heard, that's an impact on our spirit as well. And that's happened over time, over generations. We are repeating here what was being said in the 1800s. We have ancestors who've devoted their whole lives to carrying these questions in the 1800s. So we have a duty in the spirit to those people as well over the generations to speak for them, to ensure these things are fixed. When we went to the Waitangi Tribunal in the 1980s, there was a huge part of our giving the evidence was like taking some weight off our shoulders, because we were speaking for the people who were not listened to, who lost and never saw the things being corrected that were happening in their time. Since then, we've been continuing to go backwards. So we carry it doubly, knowing that we've still failed to turn the corner. So to me, there's a great spirit of determination and endurance here to see these things. Well, the arrival of something like Te Mana o Te Wai, not our concept, and we were a bit concerned about being named, given that name, because we knew that it would divert people's attention from its purpose. But it is very important, because for tangata whenua, these things are paramount important. It's not a simple definition. It carries great weight, and so there's a lot of spirit, a lot of association, a lot of weight, and a lot of meaning in Te Mana o Te Wai. And I'm sure different mana whenua might interpret their and that's the way it should work, in their way, in their place. We've chosen to do it our way, and we've talked, and going back to some of the other questions, we continually talking and need to talk to the council about these things to ensure it gets bedded in and is understood. It's one chance in a lifetime to reset.
I suppose the challenge now for this exercise is to integrate or infuse that deeply held belief into a process like this. I mean, it is a challenge, but that's our challenge as much as it is anyone else's. Thanks very much, Edward. Kia ora.
No questions. I looked through your evidence. I thought I had some questions in there, but it was all just comments like, wow, that's an interesting point. Things like that. So thank you. I found, again, found your evidence very, very informative and interesting to read. I was particularly surprised that the Taiari is the only water body in Otago that's uninterrupted from the source to the sea. I found that quite fascinating.
I noted that too, Edward.
Yeah.
I was just wondering about the Take Mariro and the Wahimo. Are they interrupted somewhere?
I think I was probably referring to a significant waterway.
Right. Yeah, I was assuming you were meaning one of
The bigger
but
ones.
still, it's yeah. Anyway,
There are elements of the Taiari with some diversions, what have you, but essentially, back up.
I've no particular questions, but similarly, I found your evidence insightful, and it's always interesting listening to you. But thank you very much once more for the effort that you put in, and it's mind blowing that you're getting the work done on the farm. Anyway, thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll hand back over to this point now.
Well, I'm just wondering about that, really. I'm just wondering how we're placed time-wise. If I've done my maths right in terms of Kaito witnesses and submissions, we've got about 2.5 hours to go. We are going to take a short break at some stage through the afternoon. It really depends, Ms. Boyd, on whether you're available tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes, I am. I mean, unless you want to just take it, like read it overnight and take it as read rather than having me.
Look, I'll talk to the panel about that at break, but I think that it may be of considerable interest to see the way you've dealt with the visions, I suspect, in this evidence for the people who are following tomorrow. So maybe if I can encourage you to look at how you might abbreviate that tomorrow. And but I just wanted to be sure that you were going to be here tomorrow morning.
Yes, I will be here tomorrow morning.
Yes. Okay. Well, look, I think we've, in fairness to Kaito, who've got the people here today, I think we will move on Mr. Cameron, and ask you to take us through and hopefully conclude today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm very grateful to the Regional Council for providing that accommodation so that we can all do this.
Mr. Cameron, you've got some submissions.
I have some legal submissions. I had forwarded them to the hearings administrator on Friday in the hope that they might be made available to you, but I'm not seeing any.
No.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. We have those submissions, copy of those.
Pardon me?
Do we have a copy of Mr. Cameron's submissions? Printed off by the-
Not printed, we can print them for you, generally. Or email. They're on the website, but it's not much use to.
I've got this.
That's quite all right. I wonder if I'm entirely in your hands, Mr. Chair, as to whether or not we continue with the hearing of the cultural evidence so that these wonderful gentlemen can skip away. We'll take an adjournment at some point during the afternoon, at which point submissions can be printed and made available for you.
Look, thank you, Mr. Cameron, that's the best way. So Jack, can we once we printed copies of those submissions through the course of the afternoon?
Trying to 2 minutes.
Let me print them.
Yeah, print them now. And get to it.
Well, Mr. Cameron volunteered to start with witnesses, so let's crack on with that.
Right, in that case, Mr. Chair, I'll hand over to Mr. Tipper, followed by Mr. Flack.
Kai o kuranga tira tēnā koutou, tēnei te whakau I ngā mihi a tō mātou rangatira Edward kia koutou, tēnā koutou. So I'd just like to begin by endorsing the mihi of our rangatira to you all, and thank you for your time today. So my name is Justin Te Rangi Paruhi Tipa. I was raised in the Waitaki Valley within the tribal takiwā of my runanga, Te Runanga o Moiraki. I am the chair of Te Runanga o Moiraki, and I'm also their representative to the board of Te Runanga o Ngaitahu. My evidence discusses the integral relationship of Ngaitahu to Wai and our reliance on mahinga kai for our cultural identity, how this has been affected by irresponsible resource management and our aspirations for the Waitaki catchment and other awa within the Moiraki takiwā. Wai is a part of who we are as Ngaitahu. It is an integral part of our language, our whakapapa, our culture, our being. Wai also sustains our people by providing a home for our mahinga kai and our taonga species. Our identity as Ngaitahu is intrinsically linked to the concept of mahinga kai. Traditionally, our economies depended on mahinga kai, and our mana and our reputation are hinged upon our ability to harvest traditional resources, primarily from our waterways and coastal areas. This activity has increasingly been concentrated in coastal areas due to the degradation of and loss of access to inland mahinga kai resources. Mahinga kai in the coastal rivers and estuaries has also become increasingly under pressure from the impacts of a resource management approach focused on maximising economic productivity and not what the rivers need. My evidence describes the paramount importance of the Waitaki River that flows from Aoraki, one of our most sacred Kaitahu ancestors, and the impacts on the river and associated mahinga kai from the reshaping of the awa and the development of the land around it. I discussed some of the work we are doing to support reconnection to the Waitaki River through restoring mahinga kai habitat and monitoring catchment health. And I described the way in which fragmented management of the catchment hampers our ability to carry out our kaitiaki responsibilities for the awa. We want to see holistic management of the Waitaki catchment and a planning framework that recognises the rangatiratanga of mana whenua and supports and enables our work in the catchment. We also have strong connections to other rivers within our takiwā. I described the degradation we have seen in these rivers and their wetlands and estuarine systems. Our aspiration for these awa is to restore them to sustain traditional practices But if we are to sustain our mahinga kai and taonga species for future generations, the strong connection between Wai Māori and Waitai needs to be better provided for, and the wetlands and estuaries must be able to function properly. In the past, we have been hampered in doing anything about the degradation of our waterways and the resulting disconnection and alienation of whānau because we have been excluded from the decision-making table. Our aspiration is for a true treaty partnership that would ensure we are always at the table, that our rangatiratanga and kaitiakitanga are provided for by giving mana whenua powers to manage Wai Māori and to engage with mahinga kai in whatever ways they find to be appropriate. And that the needs of whānau are provided for, including in water allocation frameworks. There is a responsibility for everybody who wants to use natural resources to make sure that they are looking after the environment that supplies those resources. If we are to protect and restore the mauri of our waterways so that we can provide for our children and grandchildren, we need to see the practices on the whenua that are ecologically as well as economically sound. The regional policy statement has an important role to play in making sure that happens.
Justin, I'm tempted to have a conversation in Māori. but I won't. Because one of the things I wanted to touch on is this, just the word white on its own, whether it's Wai Māori, Wai Tai, or whatever. But I suppose because I had that in my mind already that you came up with the connection between Wai Tai and Wai Māori as just a sort of basic ingredient of the Ngai Tahu makeup. You know, it is. I mean, you say Wai is it. Yeah. Can you just elaborate on that a bit more?
Look, I think to Edward's earlier point in regard to whakapapa, you only have to look at the Ngai Tahu creation tradition compared to other iwi. And many of you will be familiar with the creation tradition of Rangi and Papa, essentially the Big Bang. Ngai Tahu have a preamble to that story, and we talk about Takaroa and Papa Tuanuku's first husband being Takaroa and the Wai. And so our relationship with Wai goes right back to the creation of time. And what I refer to, whether we're talking about Wai Tai, Wai Māori, it's that inherent part of who we are. And I think if I go a bit further and we look at the language when we ask who one is, ko wai koe, ko wai au, our wairua, the two waters that make our spirit. I mean, it's just such an integral part of our whakapapa and who we are, and that connection between Wai Māori and Wai Tai, essentially iuta ki tai, from the mountains to the sea.
And I'll revisit the question that I raised with Edward beforehand about the relationship between the regional council and the Papa Tipurunanga in your case. I mean, Waraki, whatever. And what do you think? What's your view? What do you think ought to be done?
Well, I think having us at the table for a start, having the ability to influence and be part of the decision making. For many generations, we've had to just like it or lump it with whatever decisions come out of these councils and regional authorities. So I think for us, it's about influencing and being part of those decisions that are made at council, and that's where we want to be.
Which is not happening at the moment?
Not at the levels in which achieve great outcomes. You heard Mr. Ellison speak about being on various committees and different groups that feed into council decision making, but we're not at the decision making table.
Do you have a vision of what that would look like?
Yes and no. I think, look, I don't know what the perfect outcome would be, but other than having a fair representation of our voice at that table. And I think whether it's through the provision of a mana whenua seat or seats, so we can contribute directly at that level. That's one potential outcome, I think, to satisfy Ngāi Tahu.
Yeah, I think that's all I have. Yeah, thank you.
You left online the summary of evidence that you did, Parakirita, and I was just intrigued that wherever, I think 2 lines only, in your brief, I may be wrong, you use kaitahu and katimamoe, but the rest of the time you use ngāi tahu. Is that a personal preference? Or is it
It's a rabbit hole. No, look, I think I wasn't privileged to grow up speaking the language, immersed in the dialect of kaitahu, of our old people. While I have been privileged to have learnt the language from some of the best exponents in the country, like many of our tahus, relearning and connecting to our language and our mita, our dialect and our dialectal difference is an ongoing journey. And for me, it's probably just a force of habit is, at this stage. But I think when I refer to tupuna and place names, I'll use the dialect, but in terms of my spoken conversational language, I tend to use the more generic dialect.
Can I just chip in on that one? And it is around the use of K and NG, right? And I'm thinking in particular of this regional policy statement and how we, I mean, it's a challenge for us as much as anyone else, but it has to be done in a way that's acceptable and makes Ngāi Tahu comfortable. There's no point in me even fun out when we come in here and say, "Me mahi pēnei, do about this," which I might be tempted to do for a long time, but anyway. But is there, do you have a, I guess, a preference for how best to handle the NGK issue in this policy statement?
Look, I think that the preference would be to use the dialect, to use the K. But I will labour the point that there is a lot more to our kaitahu mita than substituting NGs for Ks. That seems to be the most obvious that most people gravitate towards, but there are many nuances that articulate what our mita is. But I think to answer your question, the preference would be to use kaitahu, to use the Ks.
Sorry. I mean, it's always intriguing me that the settlement act was the Ngāi Tahu Claim Settlement Act. And thank you for the honesty of the answer that you gave to that. It's not an easy one. And thank you for the evidence that you gave describing the complications you face in the Waitaki catchment with the division between regional council boundaries and the like, and also the other water catchments that you deal with.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll pass on to Mr. Flack.
Tēnā koutou, rangi te rama. Ko hika roro te mauka, ko wako i te awa, ko Pukutaraki te marae, ko kaitaru heke te hapu, no Pukutaraki. Just before I start, just to acknowledge whanauka to the north and to the south that have given their evidence today. Certainly makes coming in last a lot easier. My name is Brendan Flack. I reside at Pukutaraki, which is Karitane. I'm a tangata tiaki for Pukutaraki Marae. I'm chair of the East Otago Taiapiti Management Committee, and I sit on the Committee Kaupapa Taiao and Pukutaraki Committee Rapuara Hau. As a whānau, we are actively involved in habitat restoration and fisheries recovery along Te Taiawarai Tiuru, that's the Otago coastline and its catchments. I'm a contractor for the Ngāi Tahu and area control program, and a researcher on the He Pātaka Waiora project, Tuara, for the Coastal People Southern Skies Centre of Research Excellence, hosted at the Otago University, and do a little work for Te Aki Mahi Kakai. My evidence discusses the deep and enduring spiritual connection that Kati Huirapa ki Puketaraki have to the Waikawaiti River. This awa and its estuarine wetlands have provided nourishment for our people for generations. The wetlands at Tauraka Apoti, or the Merton tidal arm, were particularly valued by our tupuna for the beautiful tuna, flounder, waterfowl, and as a spawning ground for inaka, it's the whitebait. Other awa and coastal estuaries of significance to a hapu include Waiputai, which is Blueskin Bay, Pūrako Nui Inlet, Mata Inaka, also known as Hawkesbury Lagoon, Takapupu, which is the Pleasant River, and the Wahimo or Shag River. I discussed the interconnectedness between the land and water and between Wai Māori and Wai Tai, and how this is recognised in the concept of ki uta ki tai. Ki uta ki tai recognises that all environmental elements are interconnected and must be managed as a whole. What happens on the land impacts what happens on the water, both Wai Māori and Wai Tai. The past, the present, and the future of our awa and coastal estuaries are also connected, and our aspirations for their management are intergenerational. We as Kaitiaki, Takara Te Aki, understand the interconnectedness of the whole river catchment and the connection between what happens in our rivers and what happens on our coast. As Kaitiaki, we are in the coastal environment daily, and I discuss the changes in the health of the Wai and Mahi Kakai that we've seen happening over time as a result of activities happening on the land. Impacts on freshwater from fertiliser use, mining, wastewater discharges, combined with other pressures, have meant that our traditional Mahi Kakai areas are disappearing. If our Mahi Kakai species disappear, then we cannot pass on our mātauranga down to the next generation or use Mahi Kakai to reconnect our whānau that have become disconnected from their own cultural practices. My evidence describes the mahi that we have been undertaking using taiapuri and mā taitai management tools, and also through He Pātaka Waiora to reinvigorate our rakatira taka and kaitiaki taka over the awa, estuaries and coastal waters within our takiwā. Our vision is to restore the hauora and mauri of Mahi Kakai habitats and to build up thriving, abundant populations of Mahi Kakai species so that they will be resilient to the challenges of the future. The effectiveness of our restoration and research efforts is being hindered by the impacts of sedimentation, low water flows, water contamination, and structures such as floodgates. The cost of this to us is that we need to continue focusing on restoration of the awa and Mahi Kakai rather than being able to harvest kai to sustain whānau physically and culturally. Mano Te Wai provides a positive shift towards protecting and restoring the health and well-being of the awa within our takiwā. The challenge for the regional policy statement is to provide clear direction on the responsibilities of land and water users to give effect to Te Mano Te Wai and to provide for integrated management of Wai Māori and Wai Tai. Finally, the current boundaries of the freshwater management units, FMU, do not support integrated management within our takiwā. I discussed the need to shift the boundary between the North Otago and Dunedin and Coast FMUs to recognise the interconnectedness between the Waikawaiti Mā Taitai Reserve and East Otago Taiapuri and enable integrated management of Wai Māori and Wai Tai. It is also important that the FMU boundaries include estuarine systems. The health of the estuarine habitats can only be restored by managing what happens in the catchments that feed them. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Brendan. Restoration and harvest.
Restoration and harvest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 points you make here is that we're focusing more attention on restoration rather than on harvesting. When do you think we'll reach a point where we can focus more on harvesting than not restoration?
Yeah, well, it's a very good question. It is intergenerational. The aspiration for the iwi in terms of harvest, many of the species are on the endangered list currently. Those kai Māori, those traditional foods. So when we get to a stage where the populations are robust enough that we can have a cultural take, then I think it'll be generations in the future. We have a 200-year restoration plan for our awa, which obviously is intergenerational, and currently we're in that restoration period, so that eventually we can once again sort of harvest some of those species that are on the endangered list, if you like.
I'm guessing that the conversation gets steered though towards compartmentalizing things more than we would normally do. In Te Ao Māori, it's holistic, right? Everything is the same, even from between the land and the water. But in this case, we're talking about freshwater, right? And I'm particularly interested in the freshwater species that as opposed to the waitai species here, and how affected are they in the Puketeraki context?
Yeah, I could give an example of inaka, with the effects that we understand of climate change and that saltwater wedge perhaps moving further up the awa. This is particularly where the inaka breed. The habitat where they are currently might not be where it is in, say, 30, 40 years. So that when we have reduced flows in our awa and we have higher spring tides, then the potential area for the spawning of the whitebait, for instance, changes, and those practices that are happening further up the river might not support those healthy populations of, in this example, the inanga, the whitebait.
And the other challenge you throw out is getting clearer direction on the use of the land and to land and water users across the board. And by that, I'm assuming you mean clearer direction out of the, well, you're quite specific, it's a regional policy statement direction that you're looking for. But the direction by necessity, I guess, it's got to be one that's shared between Kaitahu and the council, right? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you're talking about where we talk about the changing of the boundaries for the.
Oh, well, there's a whole bunch of things. I mean, changing the boundaries is just one.
Yeah,
that's just one aspect. But I think I'm more generally thinking about what the regional policy statement ends up actually saying.
Yeah.
About.
I think it needs to recognise the expertise that our kaitiaki do have in terms of understanding the ecosystems and giving, not sure what the right terms are, whether it's giving effect but allowing participation within those decision-making tables, if you like, which has been discussed by Edward and by Justin and others today.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of, your comment about the enduring relationship with the Waikawaiti River, for instance, is, for all intents and purposes, replicated everywhere in the country. Yeah, if you live there, that's your awa. You know, the awa is you and you are the awa. As a lot of other people comment on. So is there something missing here? Am I missing something?
Well, I think that, for example, the large part of the pātaka that is the Waikawaiti is the estuary area, which has been, reduced substantially, through various acts and through drainage, through the installation of floodgates. And so the pātaka, the food basket or the food store really was that it's only a small river, but it has a very large estuarine component, and the reduction in that estuarine area that was connected to these other water bodies has disappeared so much that a lot of those species, and I know we're talking freshwater, but just wanting to make clear that point, that interconnectedness with the estuaries, the ability to exercise mahi kakai practices through those estuaries have been greatly reduced because of the reduced volume of those estuaries. And I think that's something that I'd really like to state very clearly, that the importance of those areas. No one wants to go there because it's it's a difficult place, and if you can pass it on to another territorial authority, it will happen. But I do commend the ORC for having a coastal science team. It might be very small at this stage, but the fact that they're looking at the coastal area and those estuarine areas is key, and I guess why we want to work closely with the regional council on these wetlands, whether they're nationally significant or not. They're all significant to our iwi.
Yeah. And my last question is just around Te Mana o Te Wai. And I wonder whether you had any comments or observations you want to make about, I suppose, the efficacy of Te Mana o Te Wai in doing what Maitahu wants, what you wanted to do.
Yeah, well, rivers need water, and they need fresh water flowing through them. And I guess the real concern I have is in an area that's prone to drought, and the extraction that we have on our water bodies, where is the mana for an awa if it doesn't have that water? And we've obviously, there's a lot of talk about over extraction or whatever, but it really is key that those rivers do flow to the sea. I hate driving up to Canterbury and crossing crossing bridges that essentially there's no water underneath them. So to me it's that abundance of fresh water.
Good. Thank you, Rena.
That's probably why the Waitaki should be brought into the Otago framework. Rose Storm, a question around the harvesting issue that you talked about. And when you say you're a 200-year plan in there, is that how long you said it's going to take to get back to what would be sustainable for cultural purposes, or to actually get a feed?
No, look, I think the reason we came up with that is because the baseline that we have for He Pātaka Waiora goes back to an inventory that the Kaitahu did in the 1880s, and so we wanted to form we're just worried about shifting baselines, in terms of. I'll give an example. There was a phone call came to Puketeraki about 20 years ago. Well, no, less than that. I'm not as old as I thought. Maybe 15 years ago saying, congratulations, you know, the Waikoiti is the third best little river in the country. We're going, oh, what does this mean? You know, why the third best, you know? Anyway, it turns out that there was less effluent in the river at that time than there had been, say, 10 years earlier. So that was the metrics, that was what the foundation of the best little river in the country was all about. So we thought that wasn't a very good baseline. So hence we decided to go back to this evidence that we had from decades earlier and use that as the baseline. So 200 years in the past to 200 years in the future, it's kind of it means that our people don't get burned out and want to achieve everything today. It's about forming a base, you know, forming a strong foundation so that restoration can go ahead without human intervention, if you like. Hence that time frame.
I think last time in relation to Ki Utaktai, you referred to sea to the mountains. And you turned it around.
Right, yeah.
And you just brought up then around the encroachment on this freshwater up the river. What, in terms of your concerns with estuary, how will that impact on the Hikakai, etc.? Or could it eventually be a positive? Or
yeah, I think it could be. I think it could be if there wasn't hard structures stopping the natural flow, if, you know, with sea level rise, for instance. So, you know, where you have, you know, I think looking at a lot of our estuaries, they're crossed by State Highway 1, for instance. And, you know, you've got to protect your infrastructure of the state highway, but at the same time, you know, those contaminants come in and so forth off the roads, but it also creates like an unnatural barrier so that it doesn't allow those spring tides to perhaps head further up. Yeah.
Yeah, so when we think about these things in the future, there are the things we need to be thinking about.
Oh, look, you know, I mean, we've been planting riparian areas for, you know, decades now, it turns out. And we understand that some of those will fail because, you know, with sea level rise or increased erosion. But at the same time, there's accretation as well. So some of, you know, there's the I guess, climate change not necessarily creates losing land. In some places, it actually means that, you know, areas are created. So I think better understanding the impacts of what our next 50 years are going to look like, I think is key in this planning process.
Yeah, well, thanks for that, Mr. Flacco. Just note throughout the last hearing, your comments around siloing came up the whole way through.
Oh, yeah.
It was at the forefront of a lot of our discussions. And that's the key message from you, I think, is that interconnection, that the coastal water and the freshwater. We have a freshwater policy, we have a New Zealand coastal policy statement. But I think there is a recommendation to actually try and address that. And I guess we'll hear from Ms. McIntyre, Ms. Bartlett, whether that achieves what we're after. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Nothing from me. I did have questions around the 200 years and, you know, how that's all playing out. But that's no, thanks.
Can you just assist me? Maybe the colleague, you're right, might want to have an input. The Taitai in the RMA is defined as being resources from the sea. The Waikoiti Mataitai Reserve seems to be cut off as being just freshwater, and I notice you talk about it as being a reserve for freshwater resource purposes. And then Taiapuri seems to overlap both. So the meaning of the two from your joint perceptions?
Sure. Yeah. Well, yeah. I will answer that by saying that yes, the two do overlap. So the Waikoiti Mataitai stretches from a fishing reserve, which ironically is landlocked, So a fishing reserve for Kati Huirapa extends, it's 8 kilometres from the coast and extends through the freshwater into the saltwater, as I described. And then our Taiapiri is a coastal fisheries management tool that incorporates, I think they call it the littoral waters, which is, I guess that's the salty waters, so that the two do overlap and, deliberately. But I'll pass on to Justin if he wants to talk about, Mātai.
Yeah, look, I agree, and I think if I just reflect, we have a landlocked water body in Moiraki called Waimatatai that refers to that sea water, but it's locked. But if I think, I recall a conversation with Tipuni O'Regan, Tā Tipuni, recently talking about Taiapure and where that name came from. And I think the phrase was coined by Tā Timoti with pure or apure, meaning a restricted area or particular area with tai being made in front of it to talk about the newly created marine reserves. I don't know what the Pākehā names are, but that Taiapure. But I think not much further to add than Brendan, other than the acknowledgement that Mātai can include fish.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Frank, for the input. Mr. Cameron, we might just have a quick 7-minute break, and we'll start again at 3:30. And we'll start with your submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I te haere a whiti re taura ki ka pāki I haka teka o waitaha. Ka pou te rā I ruka haola ki topa tau atu taku manu ki. Te ara hene a ki wahaha. Tau atu au ki te tai o pautini. Kata e pa Hawaii o te rā, te henua tapa hia, e taku tīpuna, tahu po tiki, katau, e hana hie, katau, ki tau, taku manu katau, tau hae.
I apologise at some point. Ms. Riddell will reappear and provide me with some much needed caffeine to keep me going through the afternoon. So I apologise in advance for that.
And any abbreviation you're able to achieve?
I will, and I appreciate, I apologise for not having made the submissions available earlier. I will abbreviate as I can. And of course, the submissions that were attached to the rear of the document are much more for the benefit of other submitters who perhaps didn't involve themselves in the non-freshwater plan. I'll take them certainly as read for purposes of this panel. I ngā mana, I ngā reo, I ngā raranga tira mā tēnā koutou. Ko ai Cameron tōku ingoa. Commissioners, thank you very much. It's nice to see you again, Commissioner Cubitt. We've been chasing each other across the country. It feels like only last week, because it was. And I'll start at page.
Next week as well.
No, I'll leave you alone, I promise. At paragraph 3, I'll start. This really picks up on the corridor that cultural witnesses were talking about yesterday, where I say that the kaitahu relationship with wai is grounded in mana, mauri, tapu, and whakapapa. It includes the key aspects which I've listed there and which are directly drawn from the evidence, Mr. Ellison. Commissioner Kirikiri asked a question earlier in the afternoon about the spiritual underpinning of Te Mana o Te Wai, noting, of course, that it is not a Māori-centric term, it is a water-centric term, as my learned friend Mr. Anderson said earlier in the day. The one thing it does do, though, is includes the words protects the mauri of the environment. And from my perspective, that brings all of the spiritual elements that Mr. Ellison was talking about, the interconnection between mauri and the atua and the creation stories and whakapapa and tapu and noa is imbued through that protection of mauri that is part of what the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai is trying to be. So I thought I'd just pause on that point there, is that's where I see the spiritual underpinning starting and coming through. At paragraph 4, and this is no surprise that we say for many years now, the relationship has been neglected by policymakers. And as Mr. Ellison described, kaitahu has experienced the degradation of wai and the consequential profound loss of mahi kakai resources due to a variety of factors, including modification of river and stream channels, reductions in river flows, and the other matters listed there. In his evidence, Mr. Ellison also points to the significant economic and cultural impacts on kaitahu resulting from the loss of mahi kakai. I know that's something Ms. McIntyre will address later in terms of the vision. Paragraph 5, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management has finally recognised that neglect in the perilous state of water bodies nationally. And I submit it provides an opportunity, the reprioritisation of aims, which is inherent within the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, provides an opportunity for a step change, not only in relation to the biophysical environment, but also placing mana i whenua at the centre of decisions in relation to wai. At paragraph 6, I set out what are probably the mother and apple provisions that apply to your task. I should just note one correction at the end of the last sentence. I'm getting ahead of myself by saying we need to be giving effect to the principles of te tiriti. Of course, it's the obligation under the legislation, not play. At paragraph 7, I note the high degree of alignment between kaitahu and the Regional Council in relation to the freshwater provisions that are before you, and commend the work that's been done to achieve that. And so the focus of these submissions are really aimed at what I consider requests for amendments which are fundamentally inconsistent with the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, the requirements of the MPS, and your obligations under the RMA. In my submission, those requests would dilute the clear expression of kaitahu rakatirataka, kaitiakitaka, and mana over the management of wai within the takiwā, and should be rejected on that basis. However, and this is, I think, a point we'll come to when we discuss the issue of priorities. Those requests also fail to appreciate a key underlying tenet of the Kaitahu vision and the freshwater reforms, that the condition of water is seen as a reflection of the condition of the people. And that's lifted directly from the Kaitahu Kia Tago vision statement for freshwater in Mr. Ellison's evidence. When the why is healthy, so are the people. At paragraph 10, change is hard. It's going to take time, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. And I think that comes through clearly in the kōrero you've heard earlier today. And that's why I say change, this is at paragraph 11, change required is necessary if we are as a people to recognise and provide for what sits at the core of the Kaitahu vision of freshwater. And you heard Ms. Cook deliver that earlier. I'm going to skip right through to paragraph 17. I just note, for present purposes, of course, when these submissions were prepared, I was anticipating Ms. Thompson would give evidence, but for obvious reasons, she's not here today. I also wanted to adopt the submissions that my own friend Mr. Anderson gave you earlier in relation to the key statutory framework that you need to apply. In paragraph 17, I note that the key clause of relevance to you as a freshwater panel is clause 50 of Schedule 1, and that in formulating your recommendations, you must be sure that if the ORC was to accept them, the RPS would comply with the relevant requirements. In the footnote, I note that the addition of the word sure could be seen to be introducing a new legal burden, but when you look through the legislative history that led to the introduction of clause 50, there was a concern that the first drafting of that provision said have regard to all of these various requirements, and there was a concern amongst submitters that weakened the role that you have. The tests remain the same, is the key point. And I've set them out there at paragraph 18. At paragraph 19, I just briefly identify the issues, which unsurprisingly have occupied a lot of the questions today. The prioritisation approach and where the word balance fits, the role of food production and particularly renewable electricity generation within the hierarchy, the challenges of achieving integrated management across regional boundaries, with particular mention to the Waitaki, the issue of the single overarching vision, and something which hasn't been touched on today, but I know is at the forefront, the issue of scope. Just quickly on the issue of balance, as we said during the non-freshwater hearings, Te Manawa Te Wai represents a significant paradigm shift in freshwater management. And at paragraphs 21 and 22 of my submissions, I record where it's addressed in that paradigm shift is addressed in the evidence. Now, I made some submissions on this previously, but I wanted to add a couple of further points drawing on the section 32 material that was produced to support the MPSFM. And those references are provided at paragraphs 23 and 24, that there was a clear need for a shift from a more balanced approach to one that prioritises the health and well-being of freshwater resources and ecosystems. And that the key driver, and this is in the quote at paragraph 24, is to stop further degradation, or the progress to stop further degradation is too slow. Water quality is declining and freshwater ecosystems continue to be degraded or lost, often with a focus instead on economic benefits of water use. At paragraph 25, I say that is the immediate legislative context in which clause 1.3 falls to be interpreted. And in that regard, I refer to the recent Supreme Court decision in Fort Otago. I'll come to my friend's submissions on the decision shortly, but I just noted that the Supreme Court in that case confirmed that you look to not only the relevant objectives of the document to interpret it, but also the background of the relevant circumstances in which the MPS is intended to and will operate. And it's clear that that's the background against which we sit. So from that, I say, and in response to the evidence of some submitters, it's clear that what was intended is not a balancing of interests, but a return to a natural balance. And I say that's a subtle but important difference when it comes to the relief sought. On the issue of the role of food production and electricity generation, at paragraphs 26 to 28, I referred to the evidence of Ms. McIntyre and Ms. Boyd on this issue, and the reasons for which they distinguish, in particular, the role of food production as a third tier priority rather than a second tier. I endorse those reasons from a legal perspective. I consider that Ms. Boyd has undertaken a considered and holistic analysis of the NPSFM to arrive at that interpretation. As she says, if the health needs of people were extended to cover matters beyond direct contact with water, that could potentially lead to a variety of adverse outcomes which are unable to be distinguished based on use. And I've been giving some thought to this issue, in particular through the questions posed to Millen and Friend this morning. And I think one of the issues that presents itself whenever we get into conversations around end use is it's a bit like opening Pandora's box. It's not something we've traditionally done in the decisions of the Court of Appeal and Ngāti Awa, High Court potentially, but hospitals of the Court of Appeal in Ngāti Awa, which was the Sustainable Otakiri case, which talked about water bottling and whether or not that was taken into account. The priorities are now driving us towards at least some recognition of ensuring a certain number of things can occur before there's economic and cultural wellbeing, and to the extent that they look to potentially managing natural and physical resources in a way that prioritises certain things, that's inevitably going to bring, in my submission, the issue of end use into the equation. But that doesn't change from the legal perspective how you interpret those terms and how you interpret health needs. And I say Ms. Boyd has done a sterling job. The other thing I would say on that front is that, and this is my primary point, the approach that's been taken runs in parallel with the mātauraka that you've heard earlier today. So when we're considering giving priority to the health needs of people, it's about ensuring that the why is safe for the people and for what is drawn from it. I think it's quite another matter altogether to then extrapolate and go to another area where why might be used, for example, for food production, as I'm sure Horticulture New Zealand will advocate for. That raises all sorts of thorny issues in terms of whether or not something can be truly said to be for the health needs of people in this context. The other distinction I wanted to draw on, because it seems to me to be a useful parallel, is that in the first priority you have what is effectively the obligation to safeguard the life supporting capacity of freshwater and freshwater ecosystems. If you think about it in Section 5 terms. The next tier down is what might be described as enabling for the health and safety of people, with a particular emphasis, I say, on safety. And then thirdly, and lastly, providing for social, economic and cultural wellbeing. So those are, in my submission, the points that would lead you to the conclusion that Ms. Boyd has drawn. The same issues arise in relation to renewable electricity generation. Production of power for domestic use is one thing. Production of electricity generation for industrial heat processes with all of their attendant effects is quite something different. How you distinguish between those at the level of giving recognition and priority to just renewable electricity generation. I say that's why you don't go down that path, and that would lead you into murky waters. I'm sure there will be questions, and I'm sure I will try and articulate myself better, but that was really in the crux of the submission at that point. Issue number 3, the Waitaki catchment. This was touched on earlier, and it relates to the particular legislative regime that applies on the Waitaki River and the Waitaki Catchment Act. I've set out in paragraphs, this is at page 7, in paragraphs 31 to 33, how that act applies a different regime in respect of allocation only to the Waitaki River, creation of a separate board with responsibilities for developing and approving a regional plan, which has effect as if it were one created by ECAN. And at paragraph 32, the unusual requirement that the regional plan can prevail over any inconsistent provisions, or the board can change the Otago Regional Water Plan as it relates to the Waitaki catchment to ensure that it gives effect to the Waitaki catchment plan. And this is the unusual point I wanted to make at paragraph 33, which is that where there are potential inconsistencies between the regional plan and a regional policy statement, it's the former that drives it. And I would wholeheartedly endorse Commissioner Cubitt's recognition that it come within the Otago region. Unfortunately, that's beyond us in this process. But as I noted in paragraph 34, it does create real challenges in terms of achieving integrated management. And so therefore, Mr. Tipper and myself and the Kaitahu submitters support Ms. Boyd's recommendation for a reference to holistic management and the vision for that catchment. I shall skip over the page to issue number 4, moving as quickly as I can. And this is this issue of whether or not a single overarching vision is possible for all FMUs. And the first thing I would do is to endorse my friend's submissions earlier today, that it really doesn't matter whether it's described as a single overarching vision, a single overarching objective, or that there are matters that are consistent to each FMU that are repeated in each vision. That the key is making sure that there is that consistency, because otherwise, in particular, the way in which the provision was drafted is notified, and I think Ms. Boyd accepted Ms. McIntyre's amendment, there was a risk that you would only look at the particular vision for the particular FMU, and you would lose sight of all of the things that are said to be common to all. But just on the point about a single overarching vision, the commissioners might recall that a similar issue turned up earlier in the non-FPI hearings in relation to circumstances where, due to a particular regional issue, to give effect to comply with a function of the ORC, or to give effect to or implement part 2, you might want to go further than what the NPSCM provides in a certain example, in a certain case. And we say this is one where there is still flexibility for you to do so. So a single overarching vision, if you consider it appropriate, is not in that sense inconsistent with the NPSCM. It's going further than it, but there's good reason for doing so, given what you've heard, particularly from Ms. Cock, Mr. Allison, and the other cultural witnesses about the need to consider these issues holistically. That's really the crux of my submissions at page 8. And finally, page 9, in relation to scope. This is an issue that's arisen out of the amendments and the supplementary evidence that Ms. Boyd has given in relation to the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity. In particular, she relies on a submission point from Kaitahu Ki Otago for an amendment to the definition of natural wetland to ensure that one of the policy directions in the NPSFM about improving the state of wetlands where they are in a degraded state already. It's inelegantly explained, but it comes as a result of the pasture exclusion and the definition of natural inland wetland under the NPSFM. And I submit that when you approach the Kaitahu Ki Otago submission in a realistic, workable fashion as required under law, the relief Ms. Boyd is recommending falls squarely within it. But that even if that was a matter on which you had some doubt, of course, through this part of the process, you have the ability to make recommendations that sit outside the scope of submissions. That's a power that's existed under previous iterations of RM legislation, your community plan being a good one. The only difference there being that there was a slightly different right of appeal, but I say, and this is at my paragraph 48, the ORC can ultimately play gatekeeper in that case. If the ORC decides, for whatever reason, to reject a recommendation that sits outside the scope of submissions, there's a right of appeal to the Environment Court. What I would recommend to you as commissioners is to try and comply with that obligation to give effect to the NPSIB as best you can in the limited areas where it is relevant to the freshwater provisions. And if there are concerns about how that might apply during the process, that's a matter for the Regional Council to consider when it's considering the recommendations. With that in mind, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Cameron. I just wanted to question you on your submissions on the Waitaki catchment regime there. My understanding was that the Water Allocation Board was dissolved after the Waitaki Water Allocation Regional Plan became operative. And that plan directed changes to the Otago plan as well as being the water allocation plan for Canterbury. I'm just wondering if I'm wrong on it.
You might not be.
That was my understanding, that the intent of that board was to prepare that plan. And once the plan became operative, the call-ins were cancelled on those consents, and the board was dissolved because it had served its purpose. And then everything went back to normal. And my understanding is that for the Waitaki, there's still the awkward jurisdictional boundary that
runs down under the river,
follow a catchment boundary, but that there's still the separate plans, and it's now up to the councils just to make sure that they manage the Waitaki catchment, or the small part that's in Otago, in a coherent manner.
I can hear Ms. McIntyre whispering behind me. I might defer that question to her.
Just to give background, I was the predecessor.
Ms. Riddell might be able to
So my understanding is that the board is obviously dissolved, but the legislation itself is still in place. And so there is still a legal requirement to have a separate Waitaki allocation plan. And so that is something that will have to be considered in that regional planning process through by ECAN it sits under.
Yeah.
That was certainly my understanding, Commissioner Sullivan. I wasn't aware that the board had been dissolved, but that speaks to my ignorance more than anything else.
You might just be showing your age. I'm showing mine.
Possibly.
Yeah. Okay. So the issue. Yeah.
There's certainly an issue, and this is, I think, the point in terms of the regional boundary that doesn't follow the catchment. For non-allocative issues, of course, it's fair game. So
for discharges and the like. It's managed the boundary, but the allocation plan, which as I understand has existed since at least whenever it was promulgated after the 2004 legislation, hasn't yet been updated or amended.
There's been plan changes to it.
And the two councils work together to manage the allocation for the lower part of the catchment. Yes, my understanding.
Therein lies the challenge.
Okay, yeah, and therein does lie the challenge for us as well. But no, okay. Yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying.
Thanks, Mr. Cameron. Just building on that comment you made around the morai and the spiritual element of that, and hearing what some of the submitters say, and I've got a planner's hat on, and I know Ms. McIntyre's had a consent plan before, and you get into that regulatory environment and that concept and the experience that Ms. Cook explained, that resonates. I get out in the mountains a lot and I understand what she was talking about, but when I see that in a regulatory context, especially when you've got almost a veto, if you like, and I don't know if that's correct me if I'm wrong, but the way the rules are set up, that only Kotahi can define the Maori and it's the customary mana whenua exercise. How does a planner deal with that?
I certainly wouldn't go so far as to say it gives a right of veto. And the reason for that is multifaceted. Our first point generally being that, and it harks back to the way in which Section 6E, 7A and 8 are expressed. There's good case law to the effect that those sections on their own don't provide a right of veto. So it would be unusual if a national policy statement that was promulgated to give effect to Part 2 would achieve that. I understand there's another point actually, which is one that was made during a recent RMA session I attended, whereby someone referred to the example of the relationship between Mātauranga and Western science, and not necessarily treating the two as being separate. The example given was the movement of Taranaki away from Ngāi, and the if I quoted all the stories that talk to that, and then the work that the geologists have gone and done to understand that actually at one point in time previously, those mountains were a lot closer than they are now. So in evidence of where Mātauranga and what we might consider to be Western science overlap. But I think how best to answer this. Obviously, the paradigm shift that we're going through and the journey that we're on requires the intrinsic value of freshwater and freshwater ecosystems to be brought back to the forefront. And that applies whether or not you're looking at it through a Māori-related lens or through a Western science paradigm. There are going to always be, and there will be, competing demands for that resource, competing arguments as to ultimately in certain circumstances what bears out. So I don't necessarily see it cast in that way. That is to say that we're all on a bit of a voyage of discovery here. And if we move our focus towards the protection of Māori, and if we can express
as best we can what Māori means to Kaitahu through the vision statements and the visions and objectives, then hopefully that problem doesn't crop up. Did I answer the question?
Yeah, kind of maybe veto is the wrong word, but that's the concern you get from the submitters that well, this isn't a widely known concept. There's large parts of it that align with the well-being and health of the water body, but then there's been a lot of talk about the spiritual side. I'm spiritual in some ways, but not a lot of other ways. But yeah,
in that context, I would implore people to look to where the spiritual relationship that's been discussed by the witnesses is likely actually to align with the values that are inherent within the visions that have been set down. I don't think in that context, and that comes back to Manawa Te Wai being a water-centric concept rather than a Māori-centric. I think it's about putting the health and well-being of the water body first. And if you look at it through a whakapapa or a spiritual lens, you're right, it's the same outcome. The same answer.
I guess that leads into that NPS phrase around restoring that balance and the questions around that. And you've promoted the natural balance. That's what that means. That's Kaitahu's position. But and in your paragraph 9, I think you say the condition, which we hear a lot, the condition of the water seems a reflection of the condition of the people. We're getting feedback with submissions from people saying something similar but slightly differently. It's like the condition of the people almost relates to the use of the water. Because everything's water-centric, everything we do involves water. So yeah, it's just that issue. How do we, and Ms. Cook suggested, as a lot of other people have, that, well, your standard of living is going to take a hit here if we apply this approach, go back to a natural balance. That's not what Kaitahu's saying, though.
No,
So is it?
No, and I think Ms. McIntyre will speak to this later in a bit more detail. Where the policy statement or the proposed policy statement talks about a return to a natural state, it acknowledges, and there are words in those objectives and policies about to the greatest extent practical. So there's already an understanding inherent within that, that it's not pre-European, pre-human contact. That would be unrealistic. I think what it is recognising, however, is that humans have for a long time had an impact on the health and well-being of these awa, that has been to the detriment of not only the awa but to society and community at large. And if we're to readdress that balance, there's going to be a need for a bit of give and take on that front.
Yeah, I understand that. That's just what we hear coming through submissions. And I think Roe talked about people get a bit frightened by the concept, and it's not necessarily need to be frightened by the concept.
Not that scary.
No. Thank you.
Sure. One bit of your message, I guess, that resonates well is the paradigm shift. The immensity of the paradigm shift and the challenge of the paradigm shift, which arguably is nothing new in our national makeup. If you think of things like the national anthem, the haka, all these things become just normalized. Everyone does it now. It's not a big deal. And here we are still thinking that here's a paradigm shift that is still hugely challenging to some sectors of the community. We'll get there eventually. The question is just how fast and how effectively. But I do want to just focus on that a bit more, because the word usage and stuff like that comes into play very much. So, and one of the things around the usage of words is I keep coming back to it because I don't have a clear answer myself, but it's how the policy statement deals with some of these. I mean, I've asked the question already. Is there an option or a way that's more acceptable than others, and how this should be addressed? And I just wondered whether you had any views. For example, let me say, we could use words in the statement that will talk about Māori words that haven't been used that widely before. You know, whether we characterize that in English and then put it in brackets in Māori, or the other way around, put the Māori words there and then put it in brackets afterwards, is I think something we still need to work our way through here. And I wonder whether you had any views, or whether there was a broader Ngāi Tahu view on that I haven't yet picked up.
Part of that question I'll defer to Ms. McIntyre in terms of the practicality of providing definitions or meaning for particular Māori words whether used within the plan. Obviously, there's a need for the plan to be accessible, but there's also a need for it to be accurate. And I'm conscious that we don't want to leave room for misinterpretation. The other thing, though, of course, and this speaks more to, in particular, the types of verbs that are used, and particularly in the policies that talk about visions. Of course, one of the key takeaways from the Portago decision is that the way in which words are expressed continues to matter in terms of how directive a policy might be. So certainly where kaitahu interests are involved, the drafting that Ms. McIntyre has and Ms. Bartlett have promoted seeks to really drive that home. But yeah, as to the practical conundrum, I might defer that.
All right. I mean, essentially, I'm just looking for an easy way out for us, and arguably, but it is still for me though quite a key issue that. One thing that Brendan raised, and he raised it also in the non-freshwater hearing, was the role of tangata tiaki, in the broader sense. Now, there's, you could subsume that under tangata whenua or mana whenua, but in some instances, tangata tiaki are quite specialised. It's a specialised role there. Do you have a comment there?
Obviously, that's a role of tangata tiaki, and Mr. Flack talks about it in his evidence as being, something of great significance to him within a kaitahu thing.
Yeah.
The way in which particular rūnaka identify a person or persons who have particular responsibility for a natural resource and for its and as guardian of that resource. That is, in my mind, an expression of kaitiaki taka. That's at the local level. But also the regional policy statement should allow for that continued expression at the local level. It doesn't necessarily need to drive it itself. What it needs to do is recognise the output of that process, i.e. what the tangata tiaki are saying about a particular resource, and make sure that those views are captured when you consider the particular effect of an activity, for example.
I mean, particularly as tangata tiaki, people on the ground doing this the mahi, doing this stuff all the time, as it were. Oh, you referred to the Ngāti water bottling saga, if I could put it that way. Has that been an issue? Kaito?
Certainly in the Canterbury region, I'm aware of a consent application that's at least been granted to go to the Supreme Court. My understanding is in that case, there was an application for a change of use. I think it was an old wool scour. And the case turned on a technical point, but the key point being that there is real concern about, in particular, existing consents being repurposed for what is a purely extractive and often export use. And it remains to be seen, and this is one of the questions that's thrown up by the way in which the priorities are classed. Now, the second priority, of course, includes a specific reference to drinking water. I wouldn't necessarily go so far as to say that would extend to the bottling of water for export elsewhere, because I keep coming back to Ms. Boyd's comment, which is that the second priority is about encouraging the safety of that water for drinking purposes. But these are some of the issues that will have to be addressed at a level. It may be the regional plan level, which looks at particular uses and ascribes them particular activity statuses. The challenge at doing it at this level is it's a concern. I think is behind it.
The other thing that stands out for me in this exercise is the new bylines that spawned. I like you read the last ones you referred to. You're not the only one who's done about water is the foundation and source of all life in English, which is nā te wai, ko te hauora o ka mea katoa. I mean, I can kind of see that becoming a highlight somewhere in this in the process, which I guess highlights the it's not a dilemma, but the challenge you made earlier on about sort of Mātauranga Māori and Western science, the juxtapositioning there, where people argue they're just looking at the same world, they just have different ways of describing it, maybe different language, and that's what that's saying as well. Would you agree with that?
Two different ways of expressing the same.
Yeah, I think it's one of those. I mean, if people don't see it in 10 years or 20 years' time, there's a positive outcome. There's got to be something wrong.
Right.
All right. Good. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Just one issue I wanted to explore with you is your paragraph 25. What leads up to that, and particularly this issue of the balancing of interests. So you reach a conclusion that it's clear that what was intended is not a balancing of interests. That's in clause 1.3 of the NPSFM, but a return to a natural balance. And when you look at that wording, though, Te Mana Ota in clause 1.3, Te Mana Ota Wai is about restoring and preserving the balance between. And ordinarily, when one sees the word between, you would expect that there to be two options. But in fact, there's three items mentioned the water, the wider environment, and the community. The wider environment, if one looks at the definition of environment in the RMA, is, as you know, well,
everything
widely worded, includes ecosystems and their constituent parts, including people and communities. There's A, B, all natural and physical resources, C, amenity values, and then D, social, economic, aesthetic, and cultural conditions which affect that as stated in A to C. Now, and then the wording continues, and the community. So what do you say the balance is between? If balance is understood in the usual sense of being a balance between two options, do you say that we read water and wider environment together, in which case you get the confusion that you've got people and communities involved, and then you've got the word and you have and the community. What do you say about it?
First point I'd make is that we've given the policy statement has included the words the wider environment and the community, and the words and the community have to have some meaning. They have to have been included for some reason, otherwise Parliament doesn't normally, or the courts don't normally ascribe superfluous meaning to words in a document like this. When I look at how that's phrased, my view of the wider environment is the wider natural environment. And that would, in my submission, be a contextual reading of clause 1.3, which in effect, if you think about the two scales, but you add a third one on, and I think what clause 1.3 is driving at is that for too long, the water and the wider natural environment has suffered, and to the particularly economic circumstances, when you look at what the report writers were talking about in my paragraph 24. So you've got water, the wider natural environment, and then community interests, in particular the economic interests. We've got that balance wrong. So we will keep it that way. And that's not to say that, and that fits in, ties in the idea of natural balance as well. There might be two different ways of looking at the same problem in my submission.
It requires either the way you've expressed it in paragraph 25 or the way you just expressed it now, or requires interpolation of the word natural where that hasn't been used.
It does. And there are warnings against doing so, particularly in when you're dealing with legislative instruments. You want to avoid one of the circumstances in which the reading in of words is appropriate is where otherwise it would lead to absurd outcomes, as the chair will know. And I suppose the risk, if the wider environment is defined too widely, to include all of the sorts of considerations that the definition under the Act implies, two things happen. The words and the community lose all their meaning and purpose. They're superfluous because the community is clearly part of the environment. And also, it starts to break down what that clause is intended to drive at, what sits in terms of the legislative context, what sits behind clause 1.3 and what it's driving at. Because that would, if you're looking at it in that sense, it's open slather again for all manner and kinds of uses to argue we're part of the wider environment. We're not just, an economic use, and the intent behind clause 1.3 starts to fall away, would be my view.
If we were to accept what you said, and were to interpret that phrase as being between the water and the wider natural environment on the one hand, and the community on the other, then that rather undermines, doesn't it, your paragraph 25 argument, because it's not a natural balance, it's actually a balance between economic use, i.e. community use, and on the other hand, the more natural aspects of the water and what you would argue as being the wider natural environment. What I'm suggesting is you can't have it both ways. You've got to choose one or the other.
I might be having my cake and eating it too. I accept the point. Let me return to base, perhaps. The key issue is, as I see it, the need for the national policy statement was that we've got, in fact, if you look at our freshwater environments, the natural balance is gone. The degradation is occurring. The water quality continues to decline. We are losing our ecosystems. So the natural balance is being lost, and that's what we're trying to bring back. Perhaps I'm being cute, I don't see necessarily too much of a difference between that and the reweighing of the scales that I just explored with you.
As the natural balance is gone, though, because of the community use.
Because of the over allocation, over extraction, and over just in the discharge of nutrients.
Yeah. Yes. And discharge of sediment to the line. Discharge. So all human activity. All right. No, thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Could I just follow on from that? It's a question that I had from McIntyre around that very issue, where she says that it's the role of the water plant to deal with activities. But we've just had that discussion about that particular phrase in 1.3, and you have to describe, I think in 3.23 or whatever it is, an objective that describes the management of fresh water to achieve Te Mana o Te Wai. Now, I've been asked this question a bit. So how can you divorce what the chair's just been talking about from the management of fresh water to achieve Te Mana o Te Wai? That's the concept we're kind of struggling with. And we've been asked by other people to actually deal with them in some sort of context anyway, in this expression of how the community sees Te Mana o Te Wai. And you may be right, and Ms. McIntyre might be right, but
if I paraphrase the question, tell me if I'm getting this wrong. So the community concern about the objective that needs to be implemented, or the objectives that need to be implemented to align with Te Mana o Te Wai, the role of community uses within that, and then how is there a balance to be had?
yeah, it's in those visions. How do you recognise that balance, I guess, in those visions? Because in a planning world, objectives saying everything drops down below that. And a lot of the comment is, well, that's not nothing's going to happen because there's nothing in the objectives.
The simplest answer I could give to that, and hopefully the shortest, is that the priorities play an important role in that. And the priorities don't disregard entirely the role of economic and cultural and social wellbeing. They are there, they are expressed, they are subservient to other priorities. That does not mean they cannot occur. If you're achieving all of them, and particularly if you're achieving the health and well-being of freshwater and freshwater ecosystems, it's likely that you're going to be achieving the health needs of people, one generally presume. and therefore your use for economic or cultural wellbeing is still likely to align with those priorities. So where they don't, then I think we have to consider.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've deferred a lot to the planning witnesses, so it's probably about time you heard from them. I'll ask both of them to come up. Right on time. My caffeine has arrived. So I've gone through the items.
Go to Ms. McIntyre, when you're ready.
You got my summary?
Yes, we've got.
And I wrote the summary before seeing Ms. Boyd's opening. So and I had a quick look at it, so I may skim over a couple of things where she's addressed matters that I've raised. I don't know also, I've been taking a note of some of the questions you've asked, whether you want me to comment on things as they come up in my summary or whether you don't.
I think given the time constraints we've got, if you run through your summary.
So the evidence I've provided for this hearing is in three parts: my evidence in chief, rebuttal evidence, and supplementary evidence on the implications of the National Policy Statement and Indigenous biodiversity. There are also points within my evidence where I have evidence in chief, and my rebuttal evidence where I've referred to evidence in the non-FPI hearings as well. So it's quite a lot to pull together. Paragraph 17 of my evidence in chief, I summarise the concerns that the cultural witnesses have highlighted in respect to the impacts of land and water use on Waimāori, Waitai and Mahinga Kai. I consider that these concerns are supported by ORC's information about the state of the environment. And I also refer in my evidence to the deficiencies that have been identified in the current planning framework for freshwater management. The RMIA section of the RPS recognises all of those matters essentially, and they provide the context for the Kaitahu submissions. So essentially they provide the context as to why Kaitahu is supporting need for a changed framework from what there has been in the past. The role of the RPS is to achieve integrated management of the natural and physical resources of the region. In my evidence, I discussed the concern of Kaitahu about integrated management of freshwater and the estuarine and coastal systems, and the need to ensure the interconnection between freshwater and coastal water is recognised both in the FMU boundaries and also in the environmental outcomes that are described in the freshwater visions. I have recommended amendments to the region-wide objective and to the Mata'o vision to that effect. And I, from my quick look, Ms. Boyd has accepted the reference in the Mata'o vision. I think she may have accepted the one in the region-wide objective, but I'm not entirely clear on that. And I support the amendments to FMU boundaries that Ms. Boyd has recommended in response to our submission, which are essentially the shift in the Dunedin and Coast North Otago boundary, which Mr. Flack referred to, and ensuring that the estuaries and enclosed inlets are within the FMU boundaries. Te Mana Wai is the fundamental concept of the NPSFM, and I probably don't need to read through those points that I've highlighted there about it. The LFY provisions in the RPS interpret Te Mana Wai for Otago. And I just note that LFY provisions include both the objective and policy one, which we are discussing as part of this hearing, but they also include policies 2, 3, and 4, which are part of that other process, and that those policies all work together in terms of, I guess, teasing out what the objective means in terms of, you know, what needs to be done to implement that. And I think that's just in terms of some of the, I guess, questions about what Te Mana o Te Wai means. I think that's quite an important point. In particular, the other policies have quite a detailed policy on integrated management and what that means, and also mana whakahaere and what that means, and those are two important components of that. So the provisions recognise the whakapapa relationship of kaitahu with the wai and the rangatiratanga and kaitiataka associated with that. They reflect the kaitahu understanding of Māori and the interconnectedness of whenua, Wai Māori and Moana. And Ms Boyd has now accepted all the requests we made in relation to the LFY objective. I support her analysis of the Te Mana o Te Wai requirements and her recommendations to reject submissions that seek an interpretation of balance that isn't consistent with the way that's referred to in clause 1.3 of the MPSFM. Submissions that seek deletion of reference to Māori, submissions that seek to amend the way in which the hierarchy of priorities interpreted, and expansion of the objective to include policy direction on the contribution of renewable energy generation to emissions reduction, which is a matter which is, while important, is not focused on the why in the needs of so it's not a Te Mana o Te Wai matter, it's another matter to be considered alongside it. In my evidence in chief, I also discussed the freshwater visions and the proposed region-wide objective. I support inclusion of a region-wide objective describing the outcomes that must be achieved in all FMUs. And I think in particular that takes away the risk of inadvertent differences creeping in across the FMUs, which was quite apparent in the notified version of the FMUs. So it actually allows for more consistency where the intent is to achieve essentially the same outcomes. I've assessed the region-wide objective against the overarching outcomes sought by Kaitahu ki Otago in the initial vision statement provided to ORC, which is in Mr. Allison's Appendix 3, and in the submission to this part of the RPS. And I've concluded that many of those outcomes are appropriately provided for, but have recommended a few amendments, and those include strengthening the outcome for Indigenous species, which I've talked about, having flourishing Indigenous species. Ms Boyd has used some different wording there, which I think addresses in part what I was looking for. She has talked about having ecosystems which can provide for mahinga kai, which I think addresses part of it, but Kaitahu also has a concern for taonga species which are not mahinga kai species, and the Kaitahu vision also wants to see the populations of those taonga species flourishing, regardless of whether they are species that are harvested or not. They are still important. I've recommended amendments to include reference to behaviour that reflects natural flow patterns, and this is particularly because in terms of the provisions relating to natural form and function, My experience is that people generally look at that as relating to physical form largely, and they forget that matters such as flow behaviour are an important part of those natural processes and the natural function. Yeah, so I guess my intent is to make that very clear. I sought outcomes to be included for water quality and wetlands, and to ensure groundwater outcomes are clearly included, which I think is in there now, and also to strengthen the outcome for wastewater discharges, consistent with Mr. Allison's evidence on that. Because most of the matters of concern to Kaitahu are provided for in the region-wide objective, I have not recommended much in the way of additional amendments to the FMU specific visions. I've recommended a couple of amendments to the Clutha Mata'o vision, which Ms. Boyd has now accepted. I don't support the new clause relating to water allocation that's recommended in the Section 42A report for inclusion in the tidy FMU, because I think water allocation is a tool towards achieving the outcomes rather than an outcome itself. And Ms. Boyd has now agreed with my evidence on that. In my evidence in chief, I also discussed the Kaitahu request for vision timeframes that require results to be seen within a generation. And I just highlight two matters that I think need to be taken into consideration in decisions about what timeframes are appropriate. The first of these is that the costs that need to be considered don't just go one way. So in addition to the economic costs of change, the cultural, social and economic costs to Kaitahu of delaying change, which have been referred to in particularly Mr. Allison's and Mr. Fleck's evidence, also need to be taken into account. The other point is that there are a range of approaches that could be developed in the land and water plan to reflect the differing magnitudes of change that are needed in different catchments. And these can vary from having a longer time frame for change in the catchments which need more change, to having the same time frame in all the catchments, but then requiring stronger actions to be taken in the catchments that require more change. And there is a whole range of actions along that spectrum that could be taken that will need to be considered in developing the land and water plan. And really, I just want to, I guess, note there that because of the costs to them of delaying change, the approach of requiring stronger actions in the FMUs that require more change rather than delaying the timeframes is the approach which is preferred by Ngāi Tahu. I probably don't need to talk a lot about the other matters I've got here, except to note in terms of stormwater and wastewater management, again, just highlighting that Kaitahu would like to have a stronger direction to phase out existing direct discharges of wastewater for the reasons that Mr. Allison has identified. In respect to wetland protection and restoration, I discussed the need for a strong direction to support reversal of wetland loss, which Commissioner Sullivan referred to before. And I support the approach that Ms. Boyd is recommending in her supplementary evidence to protect natural wetlands that don't fall within the category of natural inland wetlands because of the pasture exclusion clause. I consider that this appropriately recognises that wetlands don't have a hard boundary between wet and dry, and there's a need to avoid the risk of incremental degradation through edge effects. So there needs to be that broader protection to actually achieve the protection of wetlands. The point that I'd raised in my evidence about the distinction between aquatic species and indigenous species that are reliant on fresh water has been picked up by Ms. Boyd now, so I probably don't need to comment on that one. In terms of water allocation, I recognise that there was a gap in the policy framework in terms of that, and I support the inclusion of policy 7A on water allocation. With a little bit of amendment to make it clear, and I know Ms. Boyd in her opening has raised the question of why I'd recommended deleting reference to within the limits in the chapeau of that, and I've had another look at that, and I think my concern with it is that the way it's worded, it says within limits and in accordance with any relevant environmental flows and levels, the benefits of using fresh water are recognised and over allocation is either phased out or avoided by. So if you read that the within limits applies appropriately to recognising the benefits of using fresh water within limits, but it also applies to phasing out or avoiding over allocation. So it can be read as that over allocation needs to be phased out or avoided within limits, which would not be appropriate. So I think that probably just needs a little bit of restructuring of the chapeau to make sure that the intent of it is clear. And Ms. Wood has also now picked up on the point, the request that we made in turn about providing for a method that deals with the thorny issue of cross-mixing waters, so I don't need to refer to that either. In the land and soil provisions, again, having looked at what Ms. Boyd has said, there's probably only one issue that remains, which is in LS 21. I had recommended that in clause 1 of LS 21, the section 42A report recommendation talked about reducing or otherwise managing the adverse effects of direct and indirect discharges of contaminants to water. I had recommended deleting that reference to otherwise managing the adverse effects of, so that clause was specifically aimed at reducing direct and indirect discharges of contaminants. That is essentially to reflect the Kaitahu Ki Otago vision, which talks about water quality at the bottom of the river, reflecting the water quality of the source. And I've noted in my evidence that, obviously there are going to be changes in the water quality down the water body, but the key issue for Kaitahu is that they should be changes that reflect the natural changes that would happen along the water body. So there shouldn't be an expectation that you can add contaminants to the water body. That's the intent of that. And I I think that if we are being serious about an approach which is giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and restoring the Māori, then I think that that is an entirely appropriate aim to be reducing the contaminants that are entering the water bodies. I think if we say or otherwise managing the adverse effects of, then it's essentially sort of repeating what we've done in the past. Is, you know, well, what are the different ways we can deal with it? It's not putting the Māori of the water body first. Sorry, I just thought I needed to explain that a little bit. That's essentially all the points I've got, except just to note that I have agreed with Ms. Boyd about the matters that are better dealt with in the land and water plan than in the regional policy statement. Essentially, I'm on the same page as her with that.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. We might carry on with this part of the evidence and then have questions for arguments. All right. So I'm not sure, is there a summary from Ms. Barton?
Kia ora, and I'm going to apologise for not having prepared a summary, but I just thought I would hit the main points through my evidence. So I'll just make sure I'm looking at mine and not someone else, if that'd be handy to start with. Kia ora. So I guess I just wanted to highlight the flow of my evidence is quite deliberate. And so I'm obviously heading out from paragraphs 13 to 15 with the partnership principle. So our treaty principle of partnership and how that's reflected in the development of the FPI provisions, but also how that relates to the principles within the MPCFM that I've highlighted. So here at the outset of my evidence in chief, you've got this emphasis on the treaty principles of partnership, the principles that are inherent in every aspect of implementing the MPSFM. And at the outset of my evidence on the supplementary evidence on the application of the MPSIB, I head out with Māori, which is another aspect of that overarching application of the MPSFM that has to feed its way through every requirement. So in relation to, in the paragraphs 16 to 19, the main point I want to make is around that paragraph 19, the significance of LFYO and its linkage to those other parts of the instrument that are recognising kaitahu rights, interests and values, in that if I highlight on the values piece, kōrero that came through from Edward Ellison strongly today was that idea of a bundle of values. These rights, interests and values of kaitahu are a bundle. They don't lend themselves very easily to a linear progression from a single one of these through to a single target attribute state. When we start to take these overarching elements of the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai and bring them down into the mechanics, the kaitahu, the Māori freshwater values, the kaitahu freshwater values, as they translate through the mātauranga, as it translates through the, you know, that's we can't be, we can't have the mechanics driving what that looks like so much as these overarching elements driving how we interpret the mechanics. That's probably the main point I wanted to make. In the Kaitahu Ki Utu Ki Tai section, I probably just want to highlight figure 1. I thought that might be quite helpful in thinking around, I guess, the conversation you were just having around wider environment and how we understand that, and then the lens of Te Mana o Te Wai and how that applies to various water body types. We've got the benefit of this diagram because we've also got the benefit of the Southland Water and Land Plan process and that body of work. And through that body of work, the idea of how the MPSFM relates to conditions in the coastal waters and estuaries has been grappled with. And so we've got some indicators of health that are related to the freshwater drivers for those indicators at the coast, and they're distinct from other aspects of coastal management. So we've been able to do that. The other thing that you'll notice in that diagram is there's a reference in there to Hauora being the baseline. And so you would have picked up from Brendan's kōrero this idea of a shifting baseline. And for mana whenua, Hauora is a fixed baseline that you're moving towards or preserving where you've still got it. And just noting that the exchange around Hauora and that phrase is sitting actually nicely in LFY 011. So it's been deliberately written into that Korowai provision. So that's the way I'm certainly understanding it, and what I've said in my evidence is that's the way Mātahu community could understand LFY 01 as a Korowai objective, that all else is working to give effect to including the visions and the associated policies. So this has come up already in terms of my paragraph 24, and being more inclusive around the water body types that have been picked up as interconnected from headwaters to the coast and vice versa, incorporating the wetlands, springs and the ephemeral water bodies, as well as the groundwater reference that Ms. McIntyre had highlighted. So I haven't actually double checked to see if that's come through, but Sandra's nodding, so I believe. Oh yeah,
largely.
Yeah, I was looking forward to hearing from Ms. Boyd so I could sort of see, and I've only made it partway through. So in terms of the, I did see that LFYAER2 when I looked at Ms. Boyd's, which is these are definitely paragraph 37 of my evidence. I could see that Ms. Boyd has picked up that the modi of the Otago water bodies and the health and wellbeing of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems is protected and restored to be degraded. That's the environmental outcome that we're seeking from following LFY 01 through to its conclusion with the support of all the provisions, policies and methods. So between paragraphs 25 and that particular paragraph 37 where that change has been achieved, the other thing I'd like to highlight, and I've put a lovely big asterisk by it, is my paragraph 30. I think this is really quite a significant paragraph in my evidence. What I'm trying to get across is that we have grappled with this already in the Southland Water and Land Plan process, that bringing together of mātauranga and environmental science, looking at what are the range of indicators that we can draw from to help us understand how well we're protecting Mauri, how well we're providing for health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. So there's a significant amount of work in Europe, and it's picking up some of the Ngāi Tahu indicators of health, and some of which Evelyn's described so beautifully. So, I mean, I'd love to take questions on that when you're ready, but to me, that's a really critical element that's coming through my evidence, and that's attempted to be illustrated through 32. In terms of the visions, my big contribution was making that link between at paragraph 38, between the new region-wide objective, which I obviously support alongside Sandra, and just making it really clear, and that link between each FNU and the overarching objective, which becomes therefore part of the vision to satisfy that one. The other thing I would highlight is my paragraph 41, which links through to my supplementary evidence on the MPS IV application, and the presence of Indigenous vegetation as one of those indicators of health. And so in the context of this evidence in chief at paragraph 43, that's getting some emphasis in relation to what Ms. McIntyre was just talking about, how we understand natural form and character, how the MPSFM actually helps us with that. And again, I'm not sure whether Ms. Boyd's picked that up, but I stand by those recommendations for the reasons stated in terms of what the MPSFM already indicates and how that relates well through to the identified indicators of health that we've gone through in the Southland process. I think I'd jump ahead to my paragraph 52. It looks to me that this has been picked up by Ms. Boyd in terms of the emphasis from Ngāi Tahu Ki Murihiku and Kaitahu Ki Tāru on looking to see abstraction, moving off the tributary water bodies to alternative sources, and particularly in Mata'o in those locations. You'll see that in paragraph 53, I was emphasising that one of the core issues that we understand in the Lower Clutha is the impact that there are significant water quality issues to resolve, and that didn't appear to be coming through as a distinct issue for that area. I did just try and have a rapid run through Ms. Boyd's commentary on the Lower Clutha, but I was reading timeframes and not this aspect of the visions. So I stand by that statement at my paragraph 53. You'll see that I've accepted Ms. Boyd's statements regarding over allocation and the fact that we are fortunate that we will have a land and water regional plan notified by the middle of next year. And so my concern around how we are fighting for over allocation in the interim period, we've got a short time to go. But I do take the point that was made in Ms. McIntyre's evidence, and that's been picked up by Commissioner Sullivan regarding the understanding of what over allocated looks like, especially in a water quantity sense in Otago, in that I agree that when Ms. Wood was pointing towards, and Ms. McIntyre was pointing towards the Plan Change 7 evidence, that's a good source or a recent source to understand the scale of the issue. I have just noticed when I was reading through Ms. Boyd's evidence that she has rightly picked up in my paragraphs 57 to 59. I'm not been very disciplined about my use of the word wastewater. And I've definitely come at that thinking from the Maitahu Kimurehiku, all the kōrero I've had with whānau on the matter of wastewater doesn't limit itself necessarily to the human waste elements of wastewater. Certainly that would, it's right to have a primary emphasis on getting those discharges out of water bodies for the reasons that come through Edward Edelson's evidence. I know that the Maitahu Kimurehiku position doesn't limit itself to thinking about those the human waste or animal waste elements. One of the things that the whānau are fighting really hard to achieve is, for instance, the leachate from the big landfill that takes some waste from Otago actually, and that, you know, quite toxic substance makes its way into the Capital City wastewater system and straight out into the estuary, for instance. So you would have picked up that in this process, the emphasis from Maitahu Kimurehiku is on the direct discharges of wastewater without being limited to the human waste streams, and that they're letting go of their driver to see a reduction in the direct stormwater discharges. That's a sort of a pragmatic choice for this process, but I'm not sure that they would necessarily want to shrink down their understanding of wastewater any further. But I take the point that Ms. Boyd has made in her evidence, that the planning standards are looking for a bit more discipline. On the dams and weirs, I haven't offered any wording. I didn't offer any wording in the non-FBI hearing, and I still haven't offered up any wording. I have been waiting for that to come through from the council officers. But I guess if it's not going to be forthcoming from the council officers, then I will, if you would like me to, put some wording where I think it should go. So I have not done that today. And I appreciate the matter at paragraph 61 has been addressed. I apologise again for no summary of evidence.
Sure.
Kia ora kōrua. I just have one general question, and that is, for my reading of section 42, section 42 report, most of what you've argued for or raised has been accepted by and large, been changed. But I wondered if there was anything missing, anything that perhaps hasn't been received quite as magnanimously as the rest, that you wanted to highlight for us?
As I say, I've just had a very quick look through the additional amendments that Ms. Boyd's made in her opening today. From that quick look, I think there is the key things that are still missing is, I guess, the policy direction in respect to getting wastewater discharges out of water bodies is not as strong as we would like to reflect the cultural positions. And I guess in terms of water quality generally, that flows through the point that I made before about the Kaitahu vision in terms of water quality being that water bodies, if you are going to respect the mana of the wai, then you don't use water bodies as a sink for contaminants. So I think in terms, because of that, I would still like to see an outcome in the region-wide objectives relating to water bodies that reflects that outcome. And it may be that the way that I've worded it was not quite where it needs to be, but I think something that reflects that essentially we want to be dealing with contaminants before they enter the water bodies, essentially. So that vision, the vision, I think what I'd asked for in my evidence was an outcome that the water quality in the water bodies reflects the natural range of that water quality that would occur. And Ms. Boyd has suggested that might not be achievable. And I'd have to have a little think about whether or not that is, but I think the intent that you don't use the water body, you get the contaminants out of the water bodies is the key thing. And that also relates to the point I made on the P21. Those are probably the key matters, and I guess also the questions around the timeframes for the visions are Kaitahu have asked for a couple of those visions, the visions that go out longer than 20 years to be shortened so that they are within 20 years, which is in accordance with the approach in the Kaitahu Kyotago vision that Mr. Allison referred to, so which is that you make changes in practices within 10 years so you can start to see the results within 20 years. Now I know there's lots of considerations that are needed around the timeframes, but I think I just draw attention to those 2 points that I've identified, that I've highlighted in my summary, that I think need to go into that consideration. It's not just all about what the costs of change are.
Yeah, I was intrigued at your suggestion about within what generation, bearing in mind Evelyn's comments earlier on about, how things happen in her generation, and now we're in a different generation, and whether you can actually see the same things as they saw when they were, our age, younger now, not as it's real, but it's also very intriguing sort of conundrum, I suppose, in some ways. Yeah. Barbara, did you have any issues that you thought might be?
I think I've just noted that Ngāi Tahu Ki Murihiku were looking for something more in relation to stormwater than what's come through. And I think there's been some level of acceptance that if we place some emphasis on at least getting direct wastewater discharges out of the water bodies as a primary focus for this 10-year, first 10 years of this instrument, that is a compromise position.
But I think the challenge on the Manawatu Way is to be seen to be doing this together.
Yes.
Because that's what the Manawatu Way says. So, anyway, thanks very much, both of you.
Thank you. To start with, just really interested in your paragraph 30 that you focused on.
Yep.
And I haven't had a chance to have a look at the indicators of health that you refer to. You refer to Ms. Cook's evidence there. I'm just trying to get a sense of how you would measure the things that Ms. Cook's mentioned in her paragraph, you've highlighted 8, 10, and 21, and 22. So when I look at 8 and 10, and I'm assuming this is the spiritual sort of element, but when she described it, it was feeling like when I go into the bush and the mountains, understood exactly what she was saying. I'm not sure how I'd actually provide an indicator for those things that she talks about in 8 and 10. Do those Tahu indicators help sort of address that sort of concept?
Yes.
And how,
So
how do you measure that? Because it's quite personal.
Well, what she was describing was her personal response, but what she's also got in there are some physical indicators. So
yeah, and then 21 and 22, she talks about the riparian margins and the biodiversity and those sorts of things.
Yeah, so it's the presence of Indigenous vegetation. So I'm standing here and I'm looking around and I can see elements of the Indigenous vegetation that I would expect to see here. And I can hear bird life that I would expect to hear that's Indigenous bird life. And it doesn't smell bad. The reason it doesn't smell bad is because perhaps the presence of the Indigenous vegetation, when she describes that sort of the rotting matter, and that changes the properties of the water. So that might be a scent or it might be a taste. What I'm having to think about this a lot because of the farm plan rollout in Southland and the ways in which the indicators get translated not just into regulatory provisions but into programs and actions, and how these indicators guide what you might do. So I think this is where it's most interesting. And I understand that the obsession kind of is on what state are we trying to restore to, because these are descriptions of state, and when we get down into the Land and Water Regional Plan process, it's going to have some things to say about the state that things are going to be restored to according to different indicators. But there's another part to that, which is what are the actions that you're doing that support these different indicators. And I always think of examples. So because my head's been very much in the Southland Farm Plan rollout, I've had to think about these indicators in a very practical way. What do you do? So if you're looking at a straightened channel that's drained an actual wetland, there's a wetland here. The reason that the straightened channel is here is because there was some drainage that occurred to enable some productive use. Adjacent to that straightened channel, you might still be able to see in the landform a little oxbow that's been sort of, it's still got a bit of a physical form and presence, but it's not connected anymore to the water. Neither is it particularly productive. And so when you're looking at that, you might not be seeing any Indigenous vegetation. I've certainly stood next to these water bodies and looked around, and as far as the eye can see, I can't see a scrap of Indigenous vegetation. It's not uncommon. So the kind of actions you can do to bring back Māori to a water body, even one that's as bare as that, is that it's probably got some issues with sediment, for instance. You know, you put in an in-stream sediment trap, and obviously the idea was to prevent the sediment getting to the water body, but we put a base load. Put in a sediment trap, you've got additional habitat. You plant out around that, you've got additional supporting vegetation that's helping with a number of indicators of health. So I think the key to this is imagining that sometimes the actions that you take, if you think about them the right way, you can be addressing multiple indicators of health at the same time. And as you do that, you're helping to protect what's left of the Māori of that water body and its whakapapa, but you're also bringing something back to it, adding back to it, restoring it, and providing future resilience. And in that example that I just gave, the resilience might well be when the water levels drop due to drought, there's a bit of shade, there's a bit of habitat. That certainly happens in Otago. And Yeah, I've seen that. So it was probably a bit of a tangent, but one other thing that I thought when I was looking at this paragraph 30, and I was thinking about the question that came from Commissioner Sullivan around what is natural, how do we relate, you know, this idea around, are we trying to get back to a pre-human state? No, we're not. What I've just tried to describe is that what you're trying to restore to and how you go about that, I do believe will get picked up through the LWRP. And what we're looking for is a foundation to have that conversation properly in that context. And there is, from the work that was done in Southland, the report that's at my footnote 38, at page 29, I found a really useful paragraph that I thought, if you were willing to allow me to share that with you, might help. I've lost it, haven't I?
That perhaps the reference.
Yeah.
We can give it to them.
Yeah, that's right. So, but the point is that it's talking to this point around we're not trying to get back to a pre-human condition. We're trying to use what we understand of the whakapapa of the water body and what should be there to understand how far away it is, how much. That's your reference point for how degraded is this thing, and what are the things that we could do that lift its health and well-being, and you'll be guided by its yearly reference state. That's the point. So yeah, sort of attention.
50, paragraph 53, you suggested an amendment to the BMO2 7B, it's for the lower.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, I didn't pick up whether that's been captured or not in the amendment. But
No, I haven't either. Yeah.
I'm wondering why you would not want that, given just what you've been talking about, actually, sort of to apply to that district-wide sort of objective. So I'm not sure if that's picked up in that district-wide objective, is it?
It's funny you should ask that question, because I was asking myself the very same thing. So I can see at 01A, the new objective, we've got 6, which is the health of the water supports the health of the people and their connections with water bodies. So I mean, that's our relationship in the overarching vision. I suppose all it's doing is recognising that in the lower Clutha, this is a particular emphasis because we know that we're so far down.
Okay, yeah, so it's a specific concern for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't disagree. It's absolutely relevant to the region as a whole. So it does have a link in the region-wide objective. Yep. Yeah. And I wouldn't mind responding, just because we're on this topic around state, and what Ms. McIntyre was just saying around whether it's sort of realistic and achievable to get to the natural range of the water body. Quite often when you look at a lowland water body, its natural range is C to A, you know, in certain indicators, key contaminant indicators in the NOF. When you interrogate that, quite often your lowland water body's natural range is C to A. So you're still trying to understand the water body that you're speaking to in any particular circumstance. But I think there's this idea that you use the term natural range and you're automatically talking about A's, and that's not true. When you do the exercise like we've done in Southland, you find that there's an envelope, there's a range within which this class of water body is likely to be healthy. And that can be in C to A, B to A, or A.
I was going to ask, are you waiting for the dams? Where does it fit in? How do we fit it in? I guess with the chair's leave, I'd be interested in seeing where that would work. But, the only other sort of question I had was Ms. McIntyre, we've done Maori to death, I think, but it was more in relation to the new policy P7A. And where is it? I think you're seeking a specific allocation for male female needs and aspirations. I'm just trying to work out what that means. Is that like a cultural allocation, or is it similar to the agriculture sort of thing? Because if Mo is protected, I would assume the cultural things already sort of been allocated, if you know what I mean.
What that would be in practice will depend on the circumstances and what the needs and aspirations are in terms of any particular area. So I guess the starting point, or the bottom line, is that Kaitahu think that any allocations which are abstractive allocations should only be made once the health and well-being of the water bodies is looked after. So that is the first priority. So there are some allocations in some circumstances, the allocations would be in-stream allocations potentially for enhancement of mahinga kai. In other circumstances, it might be an out-of-stream allocation for enhancement of mahinga kai in, for example, an associated wetland. So you might be increasing the water level in a wetland that has been degraded by taking some water out of the mainstream. So that's a possibility. In other cases, it might be about providing water supply for marae. In other cases, it might be economic needs. There is a gap, though. If you don't have that provision in there, then what you have in this policy is you have recognition of allocation for community drinking water supplies, renewable energy, renewable electricity generation, and land-based primary production. So there is nothing in there that recognises the needs of mana whenua. That point about allocating water for the needs of mana whenua is one of the aspects that came through in the development of Kaitahu Ki Otago freshwater vision. When I looked at it, it seemed to me that because I've said elsewhere that allocation is a tool rather than an outcome in itself, I didn't think that it fitted in the region-wide objective or the FMU visions, but it clearly does fit in this policy.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, with your leave, I'm going to depart now to make my flight home.
Subject, yeah, indeed. Thank you very much.
I will leave you in the very captain hands next to them. Thank you very much.
Anything else on?
No, yes, thank you.
I did have a number of questions, but they've pretty much all been covered off. I do have two left. One was around the clause in LFBM 04, the Taieri version, and your comment that you raised in your evidence in chief, but also in paragraph 9 is saying that you're thinking water allocation. You don't support the clause relating to water allocation. You think it's a tool for achieving the outcomes rather than the outcome itself. And I take your point on that, but I think from reading through the ORAG evidence, they're certainly interested in seeing more recognition of primary production within those visions. And I wondered if you had a comment on that, and possibly tweaking wording so that the focus isn't around the allocation, say, if taking your point on that. But I think they're seeing that those visions don't necessarily reflect what their vision is for the catchment, and that they see a balance with some primary production in there as well. Have you got a comment on that?
There is a component which was previously in a number of divisions in slightly different ways, which is now in the is in the region-wide objective, which is clause 7. Which, when I look at it, I think that initially was a, as I say, it was written in a whole lot of different ways in the various different versions, but that was a clause which specifically relates to land use and, well, it did relate to land use. When I look at it now, the form of it has changed so that it probably recognises those land uses less than it did before. So I think that there may be a case to adjust that clause so that it clearly provides for the use of water for primary production within those, within those limits that are reflected in that clause. So yes, I think there is a place for that, but I think that's a little bit different to saying allocate, doing something that relates to water allocation.
Yeah, okay, but you don't have an issue per se with recognition of primary production in the visions,
as long as it's in the context of prioritising the needs of the water body. And I mean, there is a provision in there that recognises the ability of mana whenua to use the water. So I could hardly say that there shouldn't be recognition of other people's ability to use the water.
Yeah, no, thank you. Look, my only other question was around LFFWP 16. And you've requested that reference to where one is made available by its owner to be removed. And I saw you noted your point where you were talking before about 10-year transition to get wastewater out of water bodies and those sorts of things. What if one isn't available though? I mean, I suppose, in my experience, often these sorts of wastes, the reticulated network provider won't actually accept it. And where does that leave things? I'm just sort of wondering. Marie's got a hand up.
This, yeah, I just, I will, that is, I mean, this is the one that's relating to wastewater. I guess there's where you're talking about human wastewater. It seems to me that if there is a reticulated sewage system available, I don't know. I sort of struggle to see what how you can have a system which doesn't tie into that wastewater system where you've got sewage. I mean, I guess the circumstances in which you would be having a development, because essentially this would be, you'd have to have some new development, presumably, for that to happen, to not be tied in with it, unless it's an existing septic system, potentially. I think there needs to be a strong encouragement for areas where there is reticulated wastewater system for all the sewage in that area to be part of that wastewater system, because otherwise you essentially are potentially dealing with uncontrolled sewage, a lack of control in it. I think it's different from stormwater. I think there are more circumstances in terms of for stormwater as whether there might be a system available that people are not going to be able to link into. But I may be wrong
Yeah.
on that. I mean, I haven't discussed it in detail with the TAs.
I'm thinking of situations where there are new subdivisions or, possibly lifestyle developments and things on the outskirts where the cost of hooking up to a reticulated system is high. The developer may say prohibitively high, or the TA may say, no, we're not, because the maintenance costs are going to be too high. Or, there could be a range of reasons why that wouldn't be an option. And potentially the reticulated system would have a better outcome in terms of that policy. But if we took away that proviso in there, it would be, potentially be. I'm just wondering if it's going to end up being problematic.
I guess, I mean, in that circumstance that you're talking about, I would have thought there's not, you're talking about a circumstance where there isn't a reticulated system available. There's a reticulated system somewhere nearby.
Often it's arguably available, but
yeah, well, I guess there's a grey area.
There is a grey area.
Yeah, and I mean, and I guess I haven't considered those sort of grey areas around the margins.
Other examples where trade waste isn't the reticulated, the TA won't accept the trade waste for whatever reason. Yes. They have to find another way to dispose.
Yeah, and I think trade waste is a little
situations.
bit. I think there is a distinction to be made for trade waste. Yes. And I think, I mean, that question of, I guess, the implications of new developments outside an existing area wanting to link into a reticulated wastewater system, which is, I guess there's an argument as to whether it is actually available or not, is a real issue in certainly in some places in central Otago. Our and the way we have approached those sorts of proposals that are coming up is to sort of question whether if you've got a significant development happening in an area where it can't be attached to, there can't be an extension of the wastewater into that subdivision because actually there's not enough capacity in the wastewater system, then there's a real question as to whether that development should be allowed to go ahead, I think. So,
Yeah. Okay, no, thanks for that. Yeah, it's ongoing issue, that one thing.
We've had a fair thrashing of the issues. I understand your positions and have further questions of clarification. So thank you both for the earnest efforts that you put into your evidence, and that brings us to a conclusion for the evening, I think.
Can I just say one more word? I want to draw from something that Edward said this morning, and I'll quote. It's in his presentation. Kia whitikia e te rā, kia pure te hau, kia horoia e te ua, kia hurihia e ngā kōwhatu, as a way to describe Māori. So I think it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Because it reminds me of that song, Puri Ane. Most of us know. So I'd like that to be our final thought as we're debating around Māori. What is Māori? There's a definition. It may be in Māori, and it's a challenge, I think, for the rest of us to match it, if not better it. I don't think you're better it, but I'll etch that in my mind after today's session. So kia ora tātou.
If we ever get to a closing of these hearings, you'll have to pass on to Edward. We expect 3 a day is the one of the total. You started.
Yeah. Well, the song, the thing is, the song goes through, it says, recorded, you get all this rubbish out of the way. It's going to be a good place.
You want to sort of-